You and I need a new house. All right. All right. I'm calling the meeting to order. So this is our workshop for the option agreement obligations. And so first, before we get into each of the items, I do want to mention that there was a clerical error about posting the public notice. And so at least 3 of the items on the agenda today have to be tabled until the public notice is accurate and corrected. So that's been done. So at least for the buffering and the HP zone amendment and the VR4 zone amendment, we won't be taking official action tonight. Those will likely be tabled to when we can discuss as a body as we kind of work through the different items during the workshop. But before we jump into the workshop itself, and I think as we talked about at our last meeting, it's important we take a minute to kind of reflect on the election results and kind of what that means in terms of next steps. And so I'm just opening that up for general conversation. Again, we have a couple of questions that I had posed. I'm going to share my screen. As you know, in part of the packet in preparation for this workshop. And so again, these are just discussion questions. We don't have to discuss them as written, but again, I think curious to hear everybody's initial reactions, especially as it relates to the option agreement. When we first pursued this, the agreement itself was intended to preserve up to 25 acres for a school, community center, or recreation through December 2024. And again, I think it had always contemplated the potential for multiple referendum attempts in order to preserve this option over that extended time period. So that just opening it up for conversation. Anybody want to kick us off? Councilor Hamel?
Yeah. So 24 hours, what a difference a day makes, 24 little hours. So we haven't even had 24 hours yet to really try to understand what the public is telling us. I think they told us one thing, and that is that they didn't like what was put forward. But the bigger question is then if not that, what's next? And I think that's going to take a lot of time to sort out. And I think that the idea of moving forward with an action of any kind is going to be, it will be challenging for us. So, I kind of like themes that I've seen other places, which is, and this is not a motion, but it's, it's a thought that, we take a pause, we give ourselves a gift of time, we let things settle down a little bit, we get back, get our feet back underneath us and, get through the holidays. And we are a week away from a new council, taking over, and it's going to be essentially similar, to the one we have now. But even a slight change, with a body like ours, does require some changes. So, I'm kind of inclined, not to take any action tonight, but to just take a pause and, take advantage of the holidays. We've been working very, very hard for a long time. And I would say the people, in town that have probably worked the hardest are the folks on the business steering committee for the school. I know this is a fact. So I only saw bits and pieces of that and the, official meetings that we had. I spent a lot of time going through the budget with the school. I just think we really need time to catch our breath. And, I got a lot of questions today about, well, what would you recommend? And it's like, well, it's not really up to the council to say what the solution should be, but it's up to us to try to create the process and gather the people and the data and the materials to try to do that. So, and I think we have a good track record of doing that.
Councilor McGee?
Sure. I think for my knowledge, I'd want to know, and I think this goes to Don's point, which is I assume the building committee and the school board are probably going to do some sort of post-mortem analysis of the election, what the community was saying. I think anecdotally, we all kind of have an idea why it may have failed. But I think to have some data behind it, whether or not it's worth pursuing a consolidated school, was that really the big driver for the no vote? Was it the cost? Was it? There's a lot of little pieces to this where I think we need to figure out what was the real driver behind the failure. And then that would probably direct us on how to A, possibly utilize land like this, or B, is it still worth pursuing and utilizing if it's not necessary that 25 acres is what we need. So for me, some of that feedback, whether it's through a survey or I don't know exactly how the school board or the building committee intends to tackle that. But I would like that type of information before we really moved ahead on anything, that'd be my 2 cents.
Counselor Katerina?
Yeah, I was disappointed that the school lost. But I mean, it is what it is. People have spoken. I agree. We need a bit of analysis on why, because I know I've heard all sorts of different things. So I'd be interested in knowing more specifically. But I'm gonna put forward that we still need land for municipal uses. Something's gotta give. We gotta have some sort of school facility. Community center is still being, talked about. Land in this town is disappearing quickly. So, do we keep moving forward with purchasing the land? While we then, reconnoiter and relook at, what's the best use for it and what's next. But I'm feeling sort of the same way, because I mean, I haven't had 2 seconds to think, because I missed the whole day of work yesterday, so I was catching up with that. And then, greeting voters and being at the polls it's fun. And I like seeing people. I want to thank everyone who voted for me. But it's yeah, I just let it digest a little. But I don't want to lose sight of the land either.
So similarly, I'm disappointed. I don't think anyone will be surprised to hear that. And we spent a lot of time developing the proposal and putting something out that we knew, stood a chance of failing. This was not, I don't think anybody on the building committee thought this was going to be a landslide. But we put a lot of work and time into developing the land agreement that was at the request of the building steering committee via the school board. And so right now, I think I'm feeling a little bit like things are out of sequence for us tonight, because regardless of how we feel about it individually as counselors, how we act on this as a body is going to dictate their ability to move forward. And so what I don't want to do is jeopardize the work that they intend to do or would like to do or are contemplating doing by taking action or non-action as a council. And so we're in this position where, we've known the land agreement was in front of us. We've known that these action items were going to be before us. We also knew that the outcome of the election was going to impact how we all felt about various pieces of this land agreement. I don't think that it would be wise of us as a council to take action on or I don't want to jeopardize the land agreement to the extent that either party was so unhappy that we decided that the land agreement was no longer valid or that the land agreement was no longer going to work for the school until we give the building committee and the school board time to get back to us on what they need. But as of right now, tonight, we have no indication that they do not want us to move forward. We've all known that the conditions of the land agreement were good through 2025.
2024, December 2024.
December 2024. Thank you. So in that regard, nothing has changed. We all knew that in the event that the school failed, there was the potential to take a second bite at the apple at referendum. And so I think one day after a failed referendum is a little soon to be talking about, well, maybe we just get rid of this land agreement.
So for me, I think you know, definitely we need some time and data to understand the why. And I'm sure the committee needs time and data to understand what's next and where they want to go. I do agree, though, that, you know, at the end of the day, land is needed in order for whatever the solution is. And given the site selection process and the work that the committee went through, you know, unless there's somebody out there with 20-ish acres of land willing to come forward, we really don't have many options. And so there is going to be a solution or a revisit of a solution, but that solution still requires land.
Mhm.
And so, again, I think it's important to think about how do we proceed. I agree with you to not jeopardize things so that we can have this parallel path happening where we can understand what the solution might look like while we continue to advance the land. But I do think as a body tonight, hopefully we can talk a little bit about more specifics in terms of timing and how we get there. So that way, again, we definitely need to get more information and understand what's going on, but I do think we need to also set forward a path for the community. And I don't know if we'll get there 100% tonight, but at least start the conversation of, with this land deal in mind and the actions associated with it, what are the specific things we need to do over the next couple weeks, months, to kind of make sure that we keep things on track and moving. So that way, as the school works on their next steps, we can at least say we know where the school might be, if not exactly what it will be. Or as we move forward, we may learn where may need to change. And again, as an option, we always have the option to walk away as well. And so if this is no longer the right site based on what happens next, then we can always, you know, make the decision that we no longer want to proceed and move things forward. Is there?
He had his.
Or-
Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks
Yeah.
very much. That's very
Yeah.
nice of you. One thing the vote told us is that we do not have funding, okay?
Yeah.
But the 160 million actually included the purchase
Mhm.
of funds of land. So we do know that we have no money. So I know sometimes we can use credit without money, but even that we don't have the ability to do. So I'm not trying to answer the question, but I'm just asking another question. You know, how does that work? You know, how does, and originally when I saw this posted in the workshop and everything, and we've had a lot of conversation about this one-on-one with John and others. And never more than 3 of us together at a time, so just 1 or 2. But what I'd say is that we need to really think through that, because the public told us very clearly, no money, no money. Okay, so if we use any money for anything, including possibly using impact fees on the option agreement, I think that could be a problem, a threshold issue for me. The other thing I'd say is that we talked, the title for this workshop was option agreement obligations. And I've always felt that, well, are we really, what are we obligated to today? If we had to say, what is that, based upon how far we've gone in our conversations, and I participated in a lot of these, you know, what are those obligations? Are there any? Are there things that we're bound by? Do we have other risks if we don't do something? So those are all questions, and I don't think we're going to get through those tonight. So.
Yeah. Counselor McGee, I think or Jean Marie, go ahead. It's like right here.
I'm sort of gonna echo what Counselor Hamel just said, but I would like to, we need to look at the LOI again, because that's a legal document. And it sets forth, you know, what the standards are and what the expectations are on the part of, you know, the seller and buyer for this particular parcel. And there are some dates in there, and I couldn't pull it up. I don't know what the heck. I'm not that talented tonight, but as far as knowing what the obligation dates are, we need to look at that, and what do we have to have done by when? Because otherwise we give up our, you know, then the seller could potentially say, well, you missed the date. Sorry, we're all done. So we got to watch that too.
So I would say all 6 of the items that are on the agenda, including the impact fee piece, were date bound, 5 were date bound, that by October 31st, we make reasonable efforts, which that's why we had some of the first reads and the timing we did. And again, we were making the right progress. And
Right.
so for the 5 that we have tonight, those were all make reasonable efforts by October 31st. That's what was in the option agreement. We're a little bit behind schedule, but I know Tom's contacted the seller to let them know, and there was agreement that the timeline we were on was considered reasonable, and so we were good. Again, anything we change tonight beyond that does certainly put
Right.
that at risk, where it would really be up to the seller, I think, ultimately to decide whether they would want to honor any delays
Right.
that we may need, because we may need more time to digest and figure out the steps forward. The payments, which are really to preserve the land, which are essentially earnest money that would go
Right.
towards closing at the end, we're set to start December 1st. And so that's why that's on the agenda tonight, was because we needed to take the right steps to use school impact fees to pay the earnest money. And so these are all the things that we've committed to. And so any deviation from that, to, I think, Counselor Scyther's point and Jean Marie, your point, does create some jeopardy and
Right.
risk, where we're kind of at the request of the seller to partner and work with us to try and move this along as best we can, while we take some time to get some learnings and figure out what the council wants to do in terms of next steps. Nick, did you have something?
So I guess my only hesitation for being, I want to call it aggressive, but I don't want to be too aggressive with pursuit at land at this stage of the game, is because the feedback we may get is that the school really failed in part because on the residents in town were upset with either A, the location, which we do know it impacted some area neighborhoods,
Mhm.
or B, they were upset with maybe some of the terms of the land deal or the cost of the land deal. So I feel like that's a part of it that I would love to hear the feedback from on the post analysis of the vote. And so that would be my hesitation for pursuing this parcel of land at this time so aggressively. So that's my just final thought, is the data, I think, really means a lot to me personally about how I feel about the whole thing. And I do agree that we need to find land. I just hate to pursue something that might be doomed to fail again if that was actually the major cause for the failure of a vote. That would be my thought.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think, as Jean Marie said, when you talk to people, there's many reasons why somebody may have voted no. And I know at least Counselor Scyther and I have had a conversation of, could the site itself create such a headwind that no matter what we do, it could be a no next time and a no next time. And so it would be ideal to know that now, but we don't. And so I know we're all kind of like juggling and trying to figure out like what's the right next steps, given we don't know what we don't know. But we do have to kind of, if we want to preserve this land, make some steps to show good faith effort to do the things that we committed to preserve it in the event that it is the right site for the school in the future. Did you have something to add, Counselor Scyther?
Probably not anything new. It's a little awkward because we have the sellers sitting right here and we're talking about them like they're not here. So for anyone who's not in the room, this is a little weird, right? We're having a public process around a parcel of land and this land agreement, and the sellers are, sitting 25 feet from me. But this is really tough because we do have legal documents. We have entered into a tentative land agreement, and there are some things on the council side that we are not upholding right now. And I think it's okay to just call that like it is. We have reasons, and I think we've been really transparent about how we got to where we are tonight. We know exactly why we're past the October 31st deadline, all of those things. And now we're using the election to also inform our decision. And so we're adding components to this decision-making around this land deal. And this is really challenging, the position that we are finding ourselves in, for sure.
Counselor Shoup, is there anything you want to add to the conversation so far? I know you came in hot.
Welcome.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I would have to say, I'm somewhat in agreement with the comment. My fellow counselors. I do take a step back, and I do wonder that, at some point there wasn't I mean, they have to reserve land for us in the Downs for a school. I wonder if the particular location of this is part of the problem, if we got it away from maybe where it was. So I do hesitate with moving forward at this point, considering the feedback and the lack of information we've gotten as to why it failed. And so, you know, I've made my comments on the process. I think we've done our due diligence to meet the contract. And I mean, that's the risk you take going into an agreement with a town. And I think there's no way to be but transparent through this whole process. And I think we have been. And,
You know, there's an old saying that politics is the art of the possible. So, you know, in our DNA, I think people that sign up to do this, what we're doing, the thought of doing nothing is abhorrent, okay? You just kind of, you always think there's something that you can do, but I think one thing that, and I know that we've been generous with each other in terms of partners in this deal. You know, it's gone through easily 9 lives, but we've gone through 2 or 3 deadlines that we kind of let pass when we were waiting to hear from the Downs whether you're going to sign it or not. And then we're in this box now where we have a chance to do something or not. But the one thing we do not have, and I think if we were to go forward, the money is not ours, okay? It's the public's money. It's their money. So if we were told you don't get any money yesterday, spending any more money on this, I think, no matter what amount, is going to be a problem. And I remember hearing that in various deal meetings that I had been in with, you know, with investors, you know, I said, gee, these guys are wild on the streets. Now, why is that? And somebody said, it's their money. Okay. And I think, you know, this time, you know, for once in a while, they said, you know, it's our money. We don't need to spend it on this.
I will counter that a little bit with all due respect.
I am not surprised.
I think we aren't clear exactly what the message was, other than they didn't like what we presented them yesterday. Because I've heard all sorts of different things. I've heard, I don't think it's a good idea to put kids on buses for, you know, the length of time, little ones. I've heard, oh, we need to maintain the neighborhood schools, even though that was brought forward 18 million times. And there was a number of things. People aren't happy with the Downs. They think, you know, we're in bed with the Downs or whatever. So there was a number of things. I would like us to be able to unpack some of that. And I know this is just Jean Marie thinking off the top of her. Well, I've been kind of tossing it around today. I'm hoping, and I'm looking at the school board members sitting in the audience too, that we somehow or other get the various parties at the table to talk, you know, from all sides. And I'm looking at people from Saga and the smart taxes and whatever too, to sit down and say, all right, we have a need here. We still have a need for school. I want to hear what's going to work. Put forward what's going to work. What's the solution then? You didn't like that solution. So what is the solution? Another thing, I've been getting emails today from some people saying, well, this is my idea. And I've been encouraging people to do that. So I don't know, maybe there's some way to have an email address or something to collect thoughts from folks too. And maybe I'm sounding Pollyanna-ish, but I think, you know, the sooner, since the process just happened yesterday, to set something up now so you can get that feedback sooner rather than later. Because I see it on some of these Facebook pages too. God love Facebook. But it's, you know, get some feedback on what's what. And then have some, maybe sit down with the sellers and say, okay, what are you willing to do? I don't know, you know. But to me, communication is the key to getting anything done. So, but yeah, but to me, it's very frustrating. And frankly, you know, if we decide we want to buy the land, or a plot of land, we put that out to the voters. I mean, it does go to the voters. But to say that people were just rejecting everything, I think is incorrect too. So.
Counselor Seifer?
I also want to make just one small clarification and again, it's not to contradict anything, but we are authorized as a council to spend impact fees. So I think I understand the point. I don't want to talk past you, Counselor Hamel, like the point you're making that we were clearly not authorized to spend $160 million yesterday. That point was made clear. But as a body, we are authorized to spend impact fees. And so saying we have no money or that we shouldn't be putting money towards this project, I don't think we should set a precedent that the public referendum on the school should dictate how we decide to spend our impact fees.
Which those are, just for the public, those are developer provided fees, not public provided fees, just for clarity. Right, so where do we go from here? Like, this is I think this is the question that we're trying to kind of get some consensus on. You know, there were a couple of things. I mean, when we talked about our last meeting, maybe we just start this conversation and kind of see where we go in the next hour. But we had talked about needing to kind of potentially have a conversation around potential amendments that we would propose. We won't act on anything tonight. We won't amend anything tonight, but we could at least have the conversation to see if there's something that we would want to potentially advance when and if these actions do make it to the agenda. So that's a proposal. Is that something you guys would like to at least have the conversation? Or do you want to focus more on kind of next steps? Where do we go from here?
I don't know about others, but I don't have a lot of energy to be working on this through the holidays. Okay, I just plain and simple need a break. And I haven't worked as hard on this as others, but I have no confidence that we're authorized to do it. I understand the point that that April makes about impact fees. Well, we can do this, we can do that. That's okay. I get it, but we're still appropriating things. And I know that was done at a finance committee meeting that we authorized to do that, but you know, that's not just 25K, it's 25K times 11 months, you know, it's 100K or whatever the hell the number is, you know, it's
175.
175. So it's not 700K that requires a ballot measure, but it's real money that we're taking from, you know, from impact fees that we could, you know, use for other things, you know, or we could take, you know, we could just take money out of our budget instead of taking it out of impact fees. So the process that we followed to do that, I didn't really like, because it was at the tail end of a finance committee meeting, and we got handed a handout that you know, I'm not a speed reader, but I didn't have a chance to read it, and it was like kaboom, there we go. I just didn't really like that, but it's done. And but that doesn't mean we have to, you know, move forward with it. I just think we're gonna have a real problem with, we've said we needed to analyze and try to understand what we've been told. We're saying, well, that notwithstanding, we're gonna move ahead anyway, because we think we might use the land someday for school, and who knows what. Well, we're not responsible for proposing, you know, what we should do. I mean, I got that question today from a reporter, you know, what's your solution? Okay, well, you know, have been working with the school solution pretty aggressively. I don't have a solution for that. We haven't even gathered the data. So I don't feel qualified or authorized or responsible for that, to do that alone.
Any other? So, I mean, again, like what I would propose at this point, again, we just kind of talk through the items that were planned for the agenda tonight and kind of have a conversation on what to do at this point. I mean, some are going to have to be tabled. 3 of the 5 have to be tabled. There are 2 that we could discuss that, whether we want to table them tonight until a date certain or until some sort of action happens that we want to postpone. Or we could talk, like, that to me is like my thoughts at this point, just to kind of at least have the conversation on the items and then just give general view to the public kind of where we stand. And again, it's almost like each of these you could look at separately. I know they're part of the land deal for the school, but at the same time, they each have their own merit as a standalone action that the council would have to take. And so just having that conversation, like the first one I'm thinking is the HP zone rechange. There was really no feedback from the planning board. There were no concerns. And so
I
There were
have-
no amendments that were provided by the council.
I have some questions on that.
Okay, so what are your questions on the
Well,
HP zone?
this is a
then?
workshop, so I'd rather just wait on that until we get to it as an action item, because I don't want to have it dismissed in a, in a freewheeling session, but I have some questions that I'd, like to get some answers
Well,
on.
that's,
so.
that's why we're here, Council Hamel. That was the purpose of the
Well,
workshop.
but I think to decide, if and when to bring it up. So I've had this conversation, about following a script and following a PowerPoint presentation that was not been posted
Mhm.
for the public to see. And we'll be using that potentially to walk people through things. And I don't think we should be doing that or following a script. And if you want to go through the action items themselves, I'm prepared to speak to that, but I don't think it's one of these things where, if you have a question or an issue, speak now or forever hold your peace. I don't feel like that. So,
No, and I don't think that like tonight is just a conversation.
yeah,
So if you have things you want to share or concerns, I mean,
Yeah.
this is the day to start that conversation and do it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up what was in the workshop packet again. And just allow us to, again, just have a conversation and work through these items. Right, so again, the first section was really around the zoning and the buffer changes. And so what those were was the HP zone change, which I think was 9 acres to rezone from HP to CPD. The VR4 zone change, which was to change 37 acres from VR4 to CPD. And then the CPD buffer change. So when I requested potential amendments from counselors to help prep for this, I didn't receive anything on HP zone change or VR4 zone change. So I don't know, are there things that people are thinking about, concerns they have around the zone changes? I think the meat of the concern was around the buffer change, which in the packet, Autumn had a memo where she provided some options that we could discuss, but I'd like to just kind of understand for the HP zone first, is there any concerns or any amendments that counselors are maybe contemplating that they didn't put forward, or things that they're thinking about related to the HP zone change?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the unknown of knowing what's gonna actually go in there makes me uncomfortable a little bit. Despite being on planning board, I was only on it for a year, so I think it was, I watched the whole process and I watched the meeting, and there was concerns around the impact of the natural resource. I know it wasn't as much as the larger parcel, but there were still concerns. And I'm gonna circle back around to, I think this is, because this is news to me, that yes, 20 units are allowed, but under all that math we did at the last meeting, it could actually be 41 one-bedroom units. And all I've been thinking about is 40 cars or 80 cars. And so I'm kind of late to the show with this feedback, I think maybe, but it's just something that is, I think, really piques a little concern with it. I'm not saying I'm against it for it. I think it's just something that, again, I didn't see that discussion, and I was on planning board for a year and I didn't know this. And there's a couple new planning board members where I wonder if we had really got into it, maybe we would have gotten a little more feedback around the concerns that I just. brought up.
Has there been any subsequent conversations with the planning board on this item, Autumn? Okay,
No, just the initial.
could we look at a map on this? Because I know we're talking about zone changes, but we're also talking about buffer changes. And we're talking about two specific changes to the CPD. And then we're talking about buffers that apply to the overall CPD. So I want to make sure that we're really clear on the implications of these potential changes. When you take them one by one, they seem very simple. But for people who really know what these mean, okay, and the most astute people on this are the town manager, our partners in this deal, and I think that our experts in planning and also, the planning board. And if you could pull that up for a minute. I know we've talked about amendments. We want to amend the buffer zones. So the buffer zones, however, do those buffer zones, if we change them, apply just to the zoning changes, or could they potentially apply to the entire CPD? That's the question.
So it would depend on the language that you use, but the buffer.
It always does.
Right, So there's a couple of different options, and the planning board and staff actually had a discussion about making sure that you put a date on the buffer so that you maintain your existing 100-foot buffer. But it would only really apply for residential adjacencies. So you have the R2 district, the VR4, and the RF. Unless that changed in the future adjacent to the downs. But in the
If you take
memo,
that, if you take that, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead and finish. Sorry about that.
I was just gonna say, in the memo, there's a couple of different ways that you can do it. So you can put a date for, as of October 31st, you know, the buffer would apply to all your land uses. And then if you decided you wanted to reduce it for future development, you could do that with a date as well.
I am very uncomfortable with making any buffer changes whatsoever that might initially apply to just these two, you know, the HP change and the CRV4 change, and that they could potentially affect the entire rest of this,
Yeah.
of the crossroads.
So there are no buffer changes for the HP zone change, so any buffer changes only impact the VR4.
for this time, but if we go down that road, it sounds like you could do that. We could, buffer changes could be applied to the rest of the crossroads TIF district.
So the buffer is written so that it applies to the CPD as a whole, but it only has to do with what's adjacent to the CPD. So we only have residential districts adjacent on that eastern portion.
But what
So-
about the southern portion and the northern?
That's existing, so that's R2, and so and that's where that date, you already have a 100-foot buffer established there that the Downs is constructed. And so adding that date, make sure that that never goes away. So that's a surety that you could certainly apply. And that's something we discussed with the planning board, and they were comfortable with maintaining that to make sure that what's been done, especially down there and then along IDEX and the innovation district, is not ever changed.
So that's this language of residential
Correct,
uses
correct.
developed after October.
After October 31st. So everything prior to would be exactly the same as it is today. But the confusing part is, while it applies to the entire district, the only portion that's really affected is that small eastern portion of RF and VR4 because of the existing adjacency.
At this time,
So it would only change if a future council were to change the zoning district against it, which on the other side is primarily Higas Parkway, much more intense district, and that would not apply. And then to the north, that's developed with Higas Parkway. So there's really no other opportunities unless the Downs were to grow, and then you would have to take that into consideration. But you're really only concerned about that eastern border.
yeah, I mean, this part of the difficulty we have here with this is that this deal itself is really complicated. And then we really go into a lot of additional complexities that are a function of how these TIFs and CEAs have evolved over time. So I just think even the closest follower on the council, and I don't know who that would be, it wouldn't be me, but even the closest followers on the council, I think would have a hard time describing what it means. And if you step outside and ask someone in the public, what do you think about this? I think, you know, if we're trying to look at things we're going to salvage from this particular ballot initiative, I feel very uncomfortable with that. We tend to minimize it and localize it and say, for now, it's only related to this particular part. But you know, things change, people forget, and then in another day, it's well, we didn't think about that at the time, but that's what it really meant.
So I think I can answer that though, because I think I'm probably the most astute person, at least right now, in terms of what this practically means, Autumn, to what you're saying. And so that was the purpose of this slide, which was really to indicate the true impact of any zoning changes in the VR4 are really these items right here. That if you're following my cursor in the line, because this is all the current undeveloped land. So if we include that language that Autumn mentioned of anything prior to October 31st, it's all developed is my understanding. And so we're essentially preserving the buffer that exists for the existing developed land around the CPD. And any zoning change we do or that's contemplated as an amendment in the future would really predominantly mostly just impact this part of the map. So this is the practical application of any zoning change, which is why we talked about RF. And I believe planning board is suggesting a 100-foot buffer here. When even in the current zoning, it's 25 feet for single family. So that's a more restrictive buffer at 100 feet. And then again, there's been talk about the 15 feet, which is the green part here, because of the concern of abutting this undeveloped development that's intended to be single family home. I think one point of information that Autumn shared that I think is super important that the council understand that wasn't talked about was, there were some concerns that were expressed about 6-foot story buildings being along this line. But Autumn shared in her memo that really they're limited to 35 feet. And so it really would only be up to 3 stories if there was a buffer here, or if there was a building adjacent to here. So again, I think that was a concern that even the planning board expressed, but I don't think that particular fact as well, Karen, to your point, didn't make it to the conversation, and it could have altered the conversation a bit had they kind of had that conversation. And so I know Councilor Katarina has expressed a desire to see a 25-foot buffer everywhere, maybe except for a 15-foot.
With the school,
Yeah,
if there were a school.
Yeah.
Or municipal, let's call it municipal use at this point. I could live with the 15-foot there, but on that land that's to the north of the undeveloped subdivision, where it says undeveloped subdivision, on that line, I would prefer to see a minimum of a 25-foot buffer
so
there.
right here.
Yeah, and then the RF, I definitely want to see 100-foot buffer there, for
Mhm.
sure.
So let me ask this question. So of all these changes we're thinking of, and originally these were all being driven by a school land deal. If we were to, or making the Downs whole for whatever we might be taking from them or buying from them. What's the net effect of that? Is the net effect of making these changes going to increase or decrease the density? My guess is it would overall be to increase the density. Is that a safe statement?
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. The density for the CPD is definitely higher than the VR4 density.
So I would say, we're pretty dense in there now, so things like that at the moment, I don't have a lot of energy for that. So
Mhm.
that would be, if we boil it all down, that's kind of what we're talking about.
Councilor Katarina.
But I see, part of the whole theory or thinking behind the Downs was to have density. That you make this a growth area, you make this the dense area, you provide housing, which is significantly, lacking in this area. But you're gonna keep it there, so it's not sprawling, it's to attempt to, not have sprawl. And as a council, if you may recall, we've got a 30 by 30, that we're gonna attempt to conserve 30% of Scarborough by 2030, which we all agree is, it's moonshot, but hey, you gotta have something out there. And when you put that in with this, then it helps to control growth.
Mhm.
And I don't know why people don't understand that, but they don't. So I don't have a problem with the density per se. That's my.
I understand that, yeah, and I get the reason for why we did it in the first place, but the issue is we're making decisions based upon the top line. What could we do, and what's the benefit of expanding potential qualified uses for tax savings? And we have yet been able to quantify the full costs of making changes like this. We have not updated our impact fees in 7 years. They're still not updated, and we still do not have fully vetted and confirmed costs to serve. So without that, you have what is potentially called an uncapped liability, an uncapped cost. And I think all of the analysis we've done so far has really been focused on the top line. We haven't looked at the whole picture. I've suggested a way of doing that to Tom in terms of a formula for calculating that. Until we have an ability to look at the whole picture of costs and benefits, I think we'll just have a hard time making additional commitments to increase density. I went to this is not to detract from what's been done so far, because I think it has been outstanding. I think that, the Downs has done a great job in terms of what they committed to do and what they've delivered. But at the groundbreaking, I'm listening to our governor say that, you know, we want folks to come to Maine and we're gonna make all sorts of housing available for all types of needs. And we today have very few resources to do that locally, you know, and we can't even, you know, we can't even take care of folks that are living in the woods and in tents, that kind of thing. So without, you know, without some help from elsewhere, either federal or state help, I think we need to be very cautious about commitments like this that we're making.
Counselor Hamel, I'd like you to be a little bit more specific on the financial analysis you're looking for, because SEDCO and the Finance Committee did look at it, and it did include the cost to serve in there. So as far as I'm concerned, financial analysis was done to understand the benefit, which is what's posted up here, which is a summary of the material that was in the finance packet. So
So this is not refined, but I sent it to Tom Hall on the 16th of October and asked him to take a look at it. I think he shared it with Karen Martin. I talked with her about it. It's really rudimentary and I don't have a copy available to share, but if you bear with me a minute, I will pull one up. But it basically is trying to take into account, you know, the pluses and minuses of, you know, additional captured value, but offsetting that with the costs associated to support it. And we have not really, even by Karen's own admission, all we've done so far is a top line analysis, and it's been top line analysis, and it's very, very hard to kind of portray that in basic terms. So I know we've done some of that work, but you know, where is it here? Okay.
You're looking at the results of that work. This is intended using the same methodologies we've initially used and perfected over time, is looking at the net effect of these choices. What we don't have is a clear direction for the developer of what they actually intend to do. And so we're left make some assumptions, and we came up with 4 different development scenarios. Are any of those exact? Probably not. So to perfect this further, we really need to know and understand better from the developer what their actual intentions are for the land.
so that's kind of that's the only missing piece.
That's the
that could
missing
make this
piece.
More
Yeah.
accurate is.
Yeah,
what is the
I hear
developer-
what you're saying, but I mean, I think what we need to do more of is independent analysis. We're relying on staff analysis, which, you know, I think is good to a point, but on some of these things, I think we need more independent analysis. We did that with a fellow named Jeff Levine when we were trying to study the benefits of supporting a downtown development, you know, which was recently announced. And I think we need to do more of that for a couple of reasons. One is to take some of the burden off the staff, and the second is to get really a more independent view of you know, of what the numbers really are. So, and I will pull this thing up, and when I do, I'll send it to everybody. And
Counselor Katerina?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm
Mhm.
gonna ask
Mhm.
Counselor Hamel. I'm having a hard time. What's your greatest fear?
my greatest fear.
Yeah,
Uh,
with whatever happens here.
Well, I kind of, I think I've outlined those in a couple of different ways. I don't think we're authorized to move forward based upon what happened yesterday. And if we're gonna kind of sift through whatever that was and say, well, here's something we should keep going, let's just keep going on this. I think we put it off to the side and we do more analysis and we try to understand what, you know, what it is we're trying to do, instead of saying, well, this is left, why don't we make something out of it? Because what the combination was so far is not really worked very well.
But what's your greatest fear?
My
You haven't
greatest fear,
answered
I will
that.
tell you. My greatest fear is that despite many, many messages from the public, the council has not really spent their time trying to listen to the public. We've listened more to partners in economic commitments, and we've listened more to what the staff is telling us about what we are doing. And the way the org chart works that we put in the front of our financial plan every year, our annual financial plan, and I think it's one of the top first, you know, several pages. It shows an org chart of how municipal government is supposed to work. And at the top is the public. And the next box, this is an organization chart, very popular with HR people. The next box is the town council.
Mhm.
And the next box is the town manager. So I don't think we're working in that fashion now. The public has told us what they thought. We should spend time trying to understand that. We really want to go ahead and think know what that is and move ahead, with stuff that's left on the table. I don't think that's what we should be doing. That's my greatest fear.
Okay.
And it's a perpetual one, and I'm, one of the few people that seem to be concerned about that.
So what,
And
can
can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I see everything always comes down to money. It's all about money. It's all about what's it gonna cost me and what are my taxes gonna be? And, I think that, and when I say that, I'm talking about the average person who lives in the town. Most people, and I was one of them for years, I was busy with my career and raising a child and whatever. And I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to what was going on per se, in the day-to-day working of the town or what was coming out as policies of the town. But by God, I'd look at the tax bill when it came, even though my mortgage company pays my tax bill. But I know, what the taxes were. And and correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels to me like a lot of the groups that are out there, their big thing that they want to, they're afraid of growth and this and that and the other thing. And it all comes down to, oh my God, it's going to cost me money in my taxes. Am I right? I'm asking that to you.
Yeah, I mean, so this is, this is where the conversation, is gonna get difficult because, I try not to spend a lot of time on Facebook reading kind of what goes back and forth. I'm trying to, understand what the data is telling us and to listen, to keep an open mind about what people are trying to tell us and hear what you're saying. But frankly, I spent a fair amount of time, talking with people the past month or so, during this season. And, folks are telling us they're tired of spending and they think that we feel we can just get a new credit card and keep increasing our capital. And, we think things, we expect the economy is going to keep chugging along and none of these things are certain. And I think we're just not doing, what we need to do to make sure that these kinds of commitments are really going to make sense and are not just going to encumber us.
Yeah. So Councilor Himmel, just to go back to your comments about public engagement and input, given that this has been out there since April, including the initial analysis of this from a financial perspective, I guess what is the public engagement you would like to see? Like, what would success actually look like? And it may not necessarily mean everybody's going to agree with this at the end of the day, but what would be successful engagement?
So I think a couple things. One, I think would be to do a non-binding referendum in terms of what people would like to see. I think there was some exit polling that was done, yesterday at the polls. I think that's a good start, but I think we need to do something, an effort very similar to what we did with the townwide survey 2 years ago. That was, quite clear. Majority of people who wanted to just, slow down growth and stop spending. And I think we've responded in some ways to that, but I think it's going to take some more data to find out what really happened. I think also I envision a process where you get all of the, you get all the voices together. I actually, like some of the comments that I've heard about that in terms of, getting all groups together and having them sit around and do problem solving. I think what's happened with the school project so far is that we're really just responding to the plan that was put forward by the school, and we basically executed that plan as it was proposed. I think we're just going to have to push the reset button and try to figure out what the elements are and then what the components should be for that, for what the school solution is. But I don't have an answer for that. But I think it would also be outside of facilitators. I think we have folks right here in town who have helped us before. I think Janice Cohen and others, we have some of our own people who helped with that. So I'd like to see maybe some local folks that might be able to volunteer some time and energy to help us with that.
So that sounds like a good path for the school overall. But again, in terms of, because I was thinking more specifically to the zoning, the TIF, the things that are on tonight. And I can say unequivocally, I feel like the financial analysis has been done that illustrates the financial benefits that this would mean. I think the trade-off, unfortunately, is the density. To Councilor Shoup's point, like there's a trade-off between, addressing our financials, which may require more density or different styles of development that aren't allowed in VR4 today, which this analysis demonstrates. And I do think when it comes to keeping Scarborough affordable, that's the challenge we have, because growth and density has a lower cost to serve and allows us to essentially not have to subsidize as much as we would otherwise if this was all single family homes, which is essentially what it's zoned to be as it currently stands. And so financially and from an affordability perspective, making these changes make sense. But if growth is your biggest concern, I could see how maybe that doesn't matter. But those are the things we're weighing is the financial benefit of the rezone worth the growth that we know it would likely bring. That's kind of in my mind, that's how I look at it.
I found out my formula. You asked me specifically for a formula to calculate that TIF and CEA benefit to the town. I'm an HR guy, for goodness sakes, so I'm the last person that I'd be proposing this. But additional taxes from a TIF area minus the CEA payment, which would include cost to serve, trash, schools, police, fire, etc., plus excise taxes, plus fees, plus savings and shift benefits ought to equal the net TIF and CEA benefit, okay? I sent this to Tom almost a month ago and got no response whatsoever. And this is by no means a suggestion that this is a cure. It's a starting point. I don't think we've done anything like this, okay? I haven't seen any analysis.
Councilor Hamel, that is exactly what that analysis does. There may be one or two of your points that aren't
Let's put it
excluded.
on a piece of paper and show us how it looks like that, and then say, what's the net benefit? Otherwise, we don't know.
That is the net benefit. There is certainly all sorts of
We have-
backup to
we have a
support,
graph with like a chart with numbers on it, okay?
but we have all the backup to share if you wish to look at all those details. But for clarity, we boiled it down to the net benefit.
Was
as
that
best we
shared
can.
with, was the detail shared with the finance committee when they reviewed the reanalysis? 'Cause
Yeah.
I know John shared it.
Mhm.
He
Yes.
shared it with me, so I saw the detail.
We saw it in one session, Counselor Shoup was there with me.
Yeah.
It was shared. Can I tell you, did I understand it well enough to explain to anyone else? No. Okay.
Mhm.
Could I get to that point? I think so. But I'm not saying it. So
Mhm.
maybe I'm out in left field. It's entirely possible, but folks that I talked to are saying they are not seeing it. So if it is that self-evident, then why didn't this thing pass yesterday? Okay.
Well, I
If
don't
this-
think, yeah, I mean, there's so many,
If
things
this
that
was
could have
so
gone into
clear,
that.
why did we get that vote?
Councilor Anderson, I was just reminded of kind of just taking a step back. We get caught up in all the details of the financial analysis, but in the most simple terms, the reason that the rezoning of the VR4 in particular was even part of this conversation was a recognition that we were taking 22 acres out of their ability to develop and do what they wish. And so this in part, and it's not one for one, granted, but this in part conceptually was a recognition that we are looking to replace that. And in fact, it's a bit more because it's, I think, a rezoning of 37 acres, whereas we're taking out 22 acres.
And how many units is that gonna allow them to build?
I beg your pardon, I don't know off the top of my head.
I
It
thought
was,
it was several hundred, something like 425 units or something like that.
so
And then-
it would be more based on if you looked at the density
right.
for
And-
for
and-
existing acres that they would get, they would get a net potential benefit of.
Yeah, so I'm
So
not
let me
suggesting
stay
it was
with
one
that,
for
though.
one.
Let me, sorry. Go ahead.
Counselor Shoup had a question, so I want to make sure.
Quick question about something that Tom just said, because I've heard this a couple of times about how, well, we're taking 22 acres, so we want to compensate them. But my understanding was they were supposed to reserve land for us. So I push back on that a little bit because I mean, obviously they're getting back a lot more than what we're taking and they already were supposed to reserve it. And I mean, that's unfortunate that we didn't clarify. It's unfortunate for them that we didn't clarify that we needed 25 acres or 22 acres previously. But I mean, I do think there is a little misconception there that in my mind, as I'm just one person, they were supposed to reserve land anyways. So giving them all of this in my mind seems a bit more than what I thought was going to be reserved. So I guess, yes, we're taking away, but they knew we were taking away. Part of the CEA was that they were reserving this land. So not knowing what that reserve was, it is difficult.
Yeah. Counselor Scyther?
I think Counselor Shu makes a great point. There is language in the CEA that says that the
Mhm.
Downs was supposed to reserve land. And so I understand the town manager, bringing this up as a point of reference so that we can kind of look at what the differential of the impact is between putting the school down, what they have available to them now, and then what the rezone would equal. And I think that's all part of the conversation. I think it's important to keep that in the scope. I think that you're right. Like in terms of making them whole, I don't like that phraseology either, because I don't feel like we owe them. I don't think we owe it to them to recoup what we're putting the school on. But if you could bring up that chart again, Chairman Anderson, that would be great. That's why it's important to look at this as a standalone decision, whether or not this makes financial sense for us as a town. And so way back when this land agreement was first contemplated, I think I had said, I think it's important to look at this as the package, and this is the package that came to us from the sellers, and that's why we're looking at these individual pieces. But on their own merit, I can look at them and say, yes, I would be supportive of this as a standalone issue, which is why we have this chart that shows exactly what the financial impact or benefit is going to be to making
Yeah.
these changes.
And I think.
And that brings us back to our decision-making process for me.
And just
When
simply
having-
to that point, this was done in April initially to answer that question before we agreed to even have it in the contract.
When I would just, say, when we first started discussions, and again, it all goes back to there wasn't land available, and we thought this would be something to bring the seller to the table to start the conversation. And the reason why it was good was because I think we knew the financial analysis would be favorable to the town, that it's not about making them whole or anything. It's about, this was something that had come forward before in the past. It would be financially beneficial to the town to do something like this, and to the taxpayer. Again, the trade-off is the density, and that's to me what I struggle with, is like, when I look at this, it's like the ability to support residents to keep things affordable versus the growth that it would bring. But at the same time, I also look at this from the helping afford the school and the bond. And so that was kind of, for me, it was more, I chose the financial benefits as like the final thing to help me say, I feel good about this. I don't feel great about this, but I feel good enough about it to say it makes sense and it would be in the best interest of Scarborough. Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, just a couple things that came into mind listening to the comments.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure the public understands, and someone can correct me if they want to. The CEA does say that land will be reserved for municipal
Sorry,
use.
Counselor Hamel? Was there an emergency?
No emergency, but I would say that I don't want you to forget that I have a comment to make. So after Mrs. Katarina, but thank you.
What?
Sorry.
Thank
I just
you
saw him
for-
looking at his phone, so I wanted to make sure there wasn't. an
Well,
emergency.
Oh.
I
Um,
don't think I'm
deliberating.
required to turn
So-
off my devices during that.
So,
No, but we're having a conversation, so I just want to make sure
Oh,
if there's an
yeah.
emergency that you can.
But thank you.
Take
There's
it.
no emergency other than our future. Thank you.
Counselor Katarina?
like being at the dinner table and saying, Katarina, put your phone away.
Yeah.
We're eating dinner. Anyway, so reserving doesn't mean free. And I want people to understand that. We were just saying, look, we have an expectation as part of the CEA that land will be set aside for municipal use, civic center, school, whatever was touted. Because I know I've had a couple conversations in the past with Mr. Risbera about that and about what I thought the amount should be, and we differed on that, but that's okay. And the other thing I want to put forward here is, and again, it's just my background, my work background is, it's negotiations. And so what you're doing, you give, you get, you give, you get, you give, you get, and hopefully you end up with a win-win situation. I mean, that's how I like to operate, because I'm not one of these who's like, I win, you lose, because that never works real well. But that being said, I just want to make sure that the public, because I was seeing a lot of that in discussions on social media, or even people asking me, they're like, well, how come we're not getting this land free. So I just want to make sure people understand that.
Yeah.
So
Counselor,
anyway.
Question?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. The one thing they tell you never to do is to never you get involved in a negotiation unless you're prepared to walk away. I think we've demonstrated throughout this process, at no point were we ready to walk away. And now, even though we've heard from the public very clearly, we are not willing to walk away. And I think it's time for us to walk away from both of these things. One other thing I'd say, we talked a lot about, the fairness and, are we, getting what we should from the downs on this particular package that included the land and the school solution. And the thing is, I think that we're being more than fair with our partners on this. I think we are actually overly concerned with that because not only from our analysis, but also their analysis, the profit, and I know this doesn't go into anybody's calculation, including my back of the envelope one of the cost benefits of TIFs and CEAs, but they could, with a number of units that they can build with what this deal would involve, $42 million, okay? So, I think that they're gonna do fine. They're doing fine so far, and it's quite clear. The thing that is not as clear is our respective benefit. And, as hopeful as we've been, we need to just walk away at this point in time and push the reset button.
Counselor McGee?
It's been a lot to absorb over the last few minutes. So
Sorry about that.
bear with me. So I wrote some stuff down just because my mind is working as you're all talking. So my big question here is am I being asked right now to follow through with the letter of intent? Is that what you're really asking me to do, which is follow through with the provisions we've agreed to as a council? I didn't support the land deal. I know that, but the council did. So I do feel it's important that government follows through with agreements it makes. If I'm someone out there and I make an agreement, I expect the other party to do what they're saying. So if I'm being asked tonight whether or not I'm going to follow through on the terms of the LOI, okay, I'll probably have to suck it up and say, I guess this is what we agreed to as a council. However, if I'm being asked to consider these provisions on their face with no guarantee that I'm getting land and it's not going to be used, and that we're going to hand zoning changes over with greater density and ability for the developer to develop those pieces of land, just on its face, I'm not interested in that conversation at this time. So for me, that's my big question. What am I being asked to do? Is it to follow through on a contract we agreed to, or am I being asked to consider these on its face? Because it really changes how I feel personally about what I'm being asked to consider at this time.
I think it's ultimately, the question is, does the council want to acquire land for the use of a school, community center, or recreational use, and follow through with the option agreement that we voted to move forward?
And I go back to the fact that I don't have any data to tell you why this thing failed. And if the reason for this thing failing is because of the location or the land deal itself, pursuing it is a fool's errand at this stage. So I am like completely out of sorts over here. I've got two sides of my brain talking to each other on paper. And I think maybe it just goes back to Don's point, which is it wouldn't hurt to take a deep breath. I really want to know when the school building committee meets next. I want to know what the school board's plan is for finding out what happened, because it really does shape how I feel about anything that's coming to me because of that.
I think we can certainly table these to a date certain that allows for time for some of that work. My knowledge, what I know is that the building committee's next meeting isn't until November 28th. And I think that's going to be their first conversation post the referendum failing. And I think the objective in there is to hopefully start a conversation on what's next. Again, I don't think we're gonna have the answers around what's happening, but
Right.
That's
understand
at
that.
least the start of the conversation.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just perhaps refine your answer to Councilor McGee's question, I think what you're really contemplating here is whether you want to preserve the option to acquire, not to acquire. And I have no doubt that a lot more conversation and data needs to be collected. I have no sense of how long that is. Is it months? Is it years? From a financial point of view, it's $25,000 a month to preserve that option. And none of us can answer the question whether or not the actions you've considered to date and what you're contemplating now and the timeline that you might consider would satisfy the seller from a reasonable efforts perspective. That's for them to determine, frankly. We can't. I feel reasonably confident that your actions to date meet that standard. But if it gets pushed out months, I think that's the jeopardy that the risk that you take, that we're not demonstrating good faith in that regard.
Could we make a 90-day commitment? There's nothing magical about 90 days, but it gets us through the holidays. We're gonna have a change in leadership. We're gonna go through goal setting. We've got other stuff, committees need to be reassigned. There's gonna be work to be done. Can we, what's 90 days from today? It's the middle of January, right? So, let's just take 90 days. It's an FMCS cooling off period for parties in collective bargaining that have reached an impasse. Why don't we, do that? Give ourselves a chance.
What do people think?
I don't disagree with the sentiment. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we have a commitment to make payments starting December 1st, and that if we push this out past 90 days, then that's another piece of the contract that we are not honoring. And I just want to make sure that that is, part of the conversation. Again, not to say that I don't agree with slowing down or taking that 90-day break. I just want to make sure we contemplate all the individual pieces and think about the potential consequences of those decisions.
I'd spend $60,000 on that, I think. If that's what it takes us to get to middle of January. Thanks.
Yeah.
I was going to
Yeah.
round up.
Well, I mean, I think, and again, that's the point of this, is like, we at any time can decide we want to walk away. So as long as we're meeting our commitments that we've set out, if ultimately the data comes back and the decision comes back that this isn't the right location, then, the council can decide to do something about it. These zoning changes, though, and the TIF and CA are part of that as well, that we need to also progress and move forward. And so is that, like, Don threw out 90 days as a time period to try and kind of work through some of these things. What is the body's view of that at this point?
Is that February?
90 days would be,
December, January, February.
yeah.
February 8th. My birthday's on the 9th.
Oh, God.
Yeah. But again, I think moving forward with something like with that, as Councilor Scyther said, there's risk that they could also walk away from this
Right.
option agreement. And so is that a risk this council is willing to take?
That's this deal. They still have to reserve land for us, and we would have to, if this falls through, we would then go through this process again because they have to reserve land for us.
I believe in the option agreement. We said by
Is that-
signing the option agreement,
Okay,
we've
that's-
essentially,
yep.
this is that deal. And if we
Yes.
decide to walk away, then we're walking away from that commitment as well.
Right.
And they're off the hook for needing to reserve
Right.
land in
That's
perpetuity.
important to hear. Thank
Yeah.
you.
The irony here is that, and I personally complained a lot about this, how low the bar was in terms of the wording of this, the reasonable efforts. Well, maybe that's gonna work in our favor,
Mhm.
in an unpredictable and maybe good way, so.
Oh, he is good. Hey, John. And then the other piece, though, is at the very end, if we're unsuccessful in getting a bond to pass, we do reserve the right to renegotiate a 5 to 10 acre land purchase, that any earnest money we apply would also go towards that. So again, we still, even if we decide not to fully pursue, if we don't get public support to pursue this, we can still pursue 5 to 10 acres and apply any earnest money towards that at the end of this as well. So, right? Am I correct? Okay. So again, I'm not ready to, as Councilor Hamel said, I'm not ready to walk away from this. I want to keep it moving. I want to keep it moving respectfully and appropriately,
Yeah.
given what we just heard. I think we're all kind of still processing what happened yesterday. So it's a tough conversation to have the day after the election, after I'm sure we're all tired from being up late. But what we do need to do is just have a plan to progress these things going forward. So my suggestion at this point is we need to move forward the HP zone. we need to move forward the VR4 zone change at our November 15th meeting. The CPD buffer change, I'm fine with what Jean Marie recommended, or if there's a different amendment we want to do there where it's 100 feet for RF, 25 feet for the rest, 15 feet for municipal, just to kind of put some boundaries around that. I will say what we're doing is more restrictive than the current zoning. And personally, why I would support that, and we would hope that our partners would support it as well, is because of the density concern, that at least it's not a huge impact, but it is reducing some of the density by giving that 100-foot buffer to the RF. So that's what I would suggest as the potential amendment that I would like. I don't think that was one of the two. I think it's a variation of Jean Marie's perhaps. So that's something I would support to move forward the buffer piece that I think addresses the concern we heard about conservation and the RF. It addresses, in my opinion, the concern about density and proximity to the existing VR4. So that way we're at least kind of trying our best to make it as compatible with that particular zone. Again, it would have been 15 acres if it was existing VR4, if they were developed there. 15 feet, sorry, 15 feet. So that's where I am for that. When it comes to the TIF and the CEA, which we haven't gotten to, so I want to kind of switch gears to there. So that's my proposal. And so I don't know how we do the agenda for the next meeting, because we're supposed to technically vote on the new chair, but we're meeting next week. But that's what I would like to see on the agenda next week, is to have the HP action, the VR4 action, the buffer amendment.
Yes, we did contemplate action, at least to preserve the opportunity for action on the 15th. So notice has been properly issued and it's available to you if you wish.
Yeah. Or if people need more time, I mean, we could move it to December, the first week of December, if that's what people want. But I feel like we gotta keep to the agreement and keep things moving. When it comes to the TIF and CEA, what I do want to discuss a little bit, because these go hand in hand. Tom and town staff did look at other options in terms of expanding the boundary. And it seems, is there?
I have a
something
graphic that we
share?
can show. I think Liam's going to share it.
So really, it was just two potential parcels that we could add in.
So the shaded area outlined in blue is the existing boundary of the downtown TIF. It's roughly 1,000 acres, extending Downs property up into Oak Hill and the municipal campus. The light blue area at the top is the subject that we've been talking about. That's the 37 acres. And what we consider is two additional additions. They're contiguous, so they make some sense. The first would be the 30-odd acres, which is the cottages at Sawyer in pink. And the other one would be Enterprise Business Park. Essentially, half of that park is built out, the other half is not. And we expect that perhaps later this early winter, there may be a contract zone request to do some multifamily development on that second half. We've not seen that yet. So while we're doing this, these are the areas that make sense to us to potentially sweep into the downtown TIF. That's totally at your election if you wish to expand it further.
Mhm. So the one thing about these changes is that these would be considered material changes. And so we would have to actually restart the process to include these, which would just prolong it. And I would suggest if we were to do that, just because they are material, that we would want to apply our TIF CEA policy to these as well, just to do the appropriate, like adhere to our policy and make sure that we're enforcing our policy for any amendments. So my suggestion would be, and I don't know how it would work for action tonight, but I want to see us include these. And if we're going to make these changes, because they're good changes to include, do the analysis, repost this action that includes that. But I think that might take a little bit longer to work through the process. But I think it's the right thing to do. And it's better in my mind to do it one time than to approve what we have in the near term and then go back and do this later. I feel like it's worth to just do it all in one fell swoop. That's my perspective.
Again, the backdrop to this is one of the, I'll say, obligations under the option agreement. And so we have everything in line and you are able to take action this evening on the 37.09 acres if you wish. If you wish to do something different, it does require additional process.
Mhm. So I think the question for the council is, do you want to add these or not? Yes or no? Do you want to do a two-step process where we could approve or move forward the TIF? And then do a second round application, this would be the fourth amendment to the TIF district where we would add in those other two things.
If I could just add one piece of commentary, I have had a sneaking concern, if you will, not concern, but given the performance of the downtown TIF so far and what we project it will over its time, I expect that we'll not be able to have qualified uses to spend all the TIF revenues that are ultimately collected. We're currently at 100% capture, and the way to modify that would be to dial that 100% back to something lesser. The one change would be to the extent that we have a school built within this area or a community center and we're able to use TIF revenues. I think that potentially is a path that could consume many of those TIF revenues. So I only raised that unless one of those two things happen, adding more value into the TIF is going to get us quicker to probably dialing the 100% back sooner than we would otherwise.
Is this the first time we're seeing the Enterprise Business Park edition as well as the cottages at Sawyer edition? Because I don't,
Yes.
okay.
We discussed the cottages one, we haven't discussed the enterprise piece.
So what I would say is, since we're seeing this introduced for the first time this evening, I would really not be in favor of taking any action on it until we go through a couple of steps. You know, we're seeing it for the first time. But forget about the public; they're seeing it at the same time as we are. I didn't really understand that Enterprise Business Park was was under consideration. And the cottages of Sawyer, are they already built? Are those the ones that are kind of like smaller, single standalone homes?
Subdivision is approved. Nothing's built on that parcel.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank you.
Counselor Seither?
Can we talk a little bit about the benefits or the drawbacks of doing this in one fell swoop versus doing it in pieces? I know John had said that he's in favor of doing it more in one fell swoop. Just how do other counselors feel? And the reason I ask that is just I don't want to have I don't want to have it become that yet another thing to divide us, right? Like if half the council feels like the cottages should be incorporated, but not Enterprise Business Park, is that going to derail us making any boundary changes to the TIF district? And so I just want to kind of center us on where there's consensus before we incorporate other parcels, I think.
So do you have concerns about adding either or both?
I do not have specific concerns about adding both. I am acutely aware of Tom's point about our capture rate and just making sure that we have applicable uses to spend our TIF revenues on. I think that one of the things that this council needs to continue to discuss is where our priorities are in spending those revenues. Because I think that there are some differing opinions as we have actually enjoyed the benefit of some of those revenues. I think that conversation needs to come back around. So I don't have concerns about it. I just want to make sure that we give it the right process.
Timing wise, I mean, we have a contract that says we're supposed to make action on a TIF. And I feel like we're, as a town, throwing something into the land deal. And I'm not saying I'm against this. I have concerns and I'm not sure if the seller is on board with a delay that involves this. And I don't know if that's been run by them. Not against this, just want to be mindful of the fact that we do have deadlines and this would definitely kill one of the deadlines and make it longer. I don't think that's the goal either.
Well, we could always go back to the seller and see if this is a concern based on what the timing would be, right? Because the benefit from the seller's perspective, just putting myself in their shoes, is the CEA benefit they get from that property when they develop it. And that's not being developed in the near future. So a couple of weeks that we may need to add to capture all of this, while I would agree it's another stretch of the option, the true impact is minimal in terms of any impact to anybody. which is why we could, maybe for tonight, maybe to have that conversation with them. We could table the TIF action tonight as well until then and have that conversation. Counselor Clucci?
Yeah, sorry, I thought I'd throw my 2 cents in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. So there's, I don't see much harm in adding the additional parcels to the downtown TIF. The only additional process I believe that would be required is a public notice and a public hearing, which, so it would, I think you could do it in your next meeting if you wanted to. You might want to have some discussions about it. So having to decide to lower your capture rate down the road, that's a good problem to have, right?
Yeah.
So you might not be able to spend all the money that's captured. That's okay. Where I think it's a separate issue is if you're trying to issue a CEA or expand the developer property to include some of these parcels, that might require, you might want to put some more process into that, and you might want to follow the CEA policy. But expanding the downtown district by itself, you're really not doing a lot of harm. You're just keeping your options open, from my perspective.
That's just for expanding the TIF boundary, correct, John?
Just extending the TIF boundary. Yeah, if you want to start issuing CAs, I would not have that response.
Yeah, there's a little extra work in addition to providing additional public notice. I believe it's a 10-day notice, so it would not be eligible for your next meeting next week. Beyond that, we need to modify the documents. Part of the exercise is to project future TIF revenues, and so there's a bit of math and projections associated, but certainly we're capable of doing that.
And to do this, again, remind me, Tom, because I know we've gone through an extended process for this one. As John mentioned, is it just a simple public hearing and action that we would need to do for this? So again, if the town needed a little bit more time to prep, we could table the TIF conversation until maybe the first meeting in December. Would that give enough time to put together the package, do the public notice?
Certainly would for December 6th.
Is that something the council is willing to consider?
Can I ask just a process question here? We're in a workshop. We're just throwing in new things to add to the TIF. The public just told us, stop, don't do anything. We're saying, hey, let's expand the TIF, no harm, no foul. There's an extra, extra captured value potentially. We don't really know what the costs are going to be associated with that from impact fees or cost to serve, but hey, we can do it, and what the heck. So this just, to me, doesn't make sense. We said we needed to pause, we need to take, we're actually on one half of our brain is saying we're going to postpone things. The other half of our brain says, hey, let's just throw these in at the last minute, and it's in a workshop. And there's been no, I've not seen this coming on the horizon. Okay. So I don't know how it popped up just all of a sudden, and I didn't really think that was the purpose of the workshop. It's not even on your,
This was on there.
Well, I missed it somehow.
Yeah.
And the excitement of the past few days. So.
Yeah, probably. Me too. But again, I think like my proposal, and I'm looking for consensus, as Councilor Scyther said, is to allow town staff to do the work, to do the numbers, to potentially postpone this one until the first week of December. Where again, we're sharing it with the public tonight. They have it tonight. There'll be a month between now and then where they can digest it. And then at our next meeting, it would be a public hearing for them to be able to offer input, just as they were going to give public input tonight on the TIF. So, I mean, I feel like we're giving a little bit more time. We're making an adjustment. The cottages at Sawyer was previously discussed multiple times. It's really just that enterprise piece that's new. Councilor Clucci?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify from what Don said. Expanding the downtown TIF does not change the zoning. There's no increase or change to any of the cost to serve, any impact fees, or any of that. The only thing it does is it allows the municipality to capture that increased assessed value and save on taxes. There's no other impact to that. It does allow you, if you choose to go through another process, to issue a CA on that land, but it doesn't. To me, that's kind of, there's not much of there's no benefit to that, because you could amend the TIF at the same time you decide to amend a CA. So I just wanted to clarify that this isn't saying go gun ho. I actually am saying defer, do the analysis, don't go ho, don't do anything right now about it. But I think it's there's potential benefit there, and I personally don't see much downside.
John, what about density? What would be the
Doesn't
effect
change
of
the
that?
density at all. Has no
So,
impact on density.
so let's talk about units. So for these changes, how many more units would that?
Zero.
would-
It's
Yeah.
No more
exactly the
units.
same as today.
Pardon?
It's exactly the same as today. We're
But
not
what are
touching
the
the
units?
zoning, we're not touching the density.
We're just
So-
expanding the ability to get TIF monies to,
The municipality to save on our taxes, basically.
right?
Um,
But do we have any idea what number of units can be built there, with these, two additional changes, cottages?
Well, on a couple of these parcels, you're talking about changing the zoning, which will change your density. That's a separate conversation though. For the
So-
enterprise business park, that's, it's currently zoned what it is. I don't know what the density is there, Don.
So thanks, John. I'd be interested in us trying to at least have a ballpark on
Yeah.
that, so we know what it is.
So again, we're gonna have to act on these. So again, there are 3 actions tonight that we have to table till the 15th.
Remind us what they are.
It's
Yeah.
it's the HP zone item, which is on our agenda. It is order number 23
104.
-104, order number 23-119, and order number 23-120. Again, I would propose when we get to the item, because the TIF and the CEA are intertwined, that we table orders number 23-109 and 1110 until December 1st, or the December 6th meeting, to allow for that new analysis and work to be done for us to evaluate. Or we could table them until November 15th so that we can have time to go back to the seller to see if they're okay with us taking a little bit more time to incorporate the TIF. And if we have to table it again, because we need to table it again, we could table it at the 15th to the 6th.
Public notice.
Yeah, they are connected
Oh, that's true.
directly right now. If you choose to expand the tip boundary beyond, that doesn't involve crossroads, they start to separate slightly. So this is a substantive change. The town attorney is advised that we would need to start back at first reading,
Mhm.
at least on the TIF. I think we're fine in staying at the second reading status on the CEA, because that's not changing.
Okay.
So that could be available for action as soon as next meeting, if you wish, on the 15th.
So that's for, I'm sorry, for 23, 110,
So 109 would be delayed.
1 week.
Yeah, and Tom is saying we can potentially, instead of delaying both to December 6th, we could actually delay the CEA portion just to,
Just to be safe, I'd suggest if you wish to table, you table them both to December 6th, but
Okay.
they'll come back to you in different form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay,
That would be mine then.
for simplicity, I
Yes.
can support that. Okay, great. So just for the public, we are tabling 5 items tonight. What we'll still do, what I'll still allow, even though we're gonna table them, is when we do general public comment, maybe allow people to comment on all the items we talked about, and if you want to talk about anything on the agenda, even though it's gonna get tabled, we can always use general public comment to have those comments.
So what you just did, what was that? That you're making a recommendation or taking action? Isn't that something we have to
Yeah.
do?
It will
Yeah.
happen in the meeting.
But I generally like workshops, this type of workshop, not so much, okay, because it's directly tied. I don't know, how it works as a process, but at one time earlier this evening, maybe it was in another world, and we said we're gonna try to slow things down, and we just added things to it. And I just, and I thought we were gonna maybe get some input from the public. That's not gonna happen. It's after 7. So I'm just a little bit mystified by the curveball here at the end. Maybe it was on the agenda. I missed it, but
So we will have public input tonight, followed by public input on November 15th, followed by public input on December 6th. Each meeting, which could ultimately inform a counselor and how they want to make their decision. So there will be multiple opportunities for the public to comment starting tonight, to offer any input on this. And again, we'll do that same thing. There'll be a parallel path where the school will be working on stuff that we'll learn about what's happening there. And again, come you know, each of these meetings, we'll have new information that we can make our decisions off of.
So all this talk about taking time and what would we like to see in a process, I guess we've just answered all of that.
I put out an option. It's up to the council when we go to the agenda to decide if that's an option that they want to pursue or not.
Nothing's been decided.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Right? So with that, do we need to take a quick break before? Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break and then start the regular scheduled meeting. Thank you. All right. Today is November 8th and it is 7:12 and this is our official town council meeting and I'm calling this meeting to order. Before we move on to the next item, I just have a couple of words. This is our first meeting since the tragic mass shooting that happened in Lewiston. So I would like to express my deepest condolences to the city of Lewiston and the families and friends of the 18 victims whose lives were taken too soon. I want to thank the first responders, the police, firefighters, and healthcare workers from across the state who quickly came to aid, including the Scarborough Public Safety Team who supported our neighboring communities throughout the tragic events. I also want to thank the Scarborough Public Safety Team during that time period for the increased security that they provided to our community, as well as organizing a blood drive that was full within minutes by residents of our community to help Maine Med when they had a shortage. Many of us are still grieving and processing the tragic events and are unsure what to do next. Lewiston is strong, Scarborough is strong, and Maine is strong, and I have faith as a community, along with our state and federal legislatures, we will find a way together to prevent these types of tragic events from occurring. I know many of us were glued to the television as the events unfolded. I was deeply touched watching Auburn City Councilor Leroy Walker, who lost his son, Joey Walker, from the shootings. Joey was also a husband, a father, and a hero. Councilman Walker has spoken frequently over the past weeks how hate and anger is not the answer. It's showing our neighbors more compassion, love, and kindness. I'm calling on the members of our community to do just that in remembrance of the 18 victims in Lewiston and for the well-being of our friends, neighbors, and our lovely state. So please, everybody, just join me in a brief moment of silence to honor the victims and their families. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, item number 2 is Pledge of Allegiance. So please, would you rise with me? All right. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Kristen, would you mind calling the roll call?
Counselor Seither,
Here.
Counselor Clucci,
Here.
Counselor Shoup,
Here.
Counselor Katerina,
Here,
Counselor Hamel,
Here.
Counselor McGee,
Here.
Chairman Anderson.
Here. All right, and next is item number 4, general public comments. If you weren't here for our previous workshop, I just want to let you know that we are planning to table essentially the first 4 orders tonight that are on the agenda, if you have the agenda in front of you. So anything related to the CPD zoning change for the VR4, for the HP zone, the buffer change. And we also discussed potentially tabling the items on the old business section of the agenda around the TIF and the CEA. So if anybody is planning to talk to those, in the event that those items are tabled, it would be good to use general public comment to comment on those items if you would like to. And with that, I'm just opening it up for general public comment. So if anybody would like to take the podium, if you could state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Gabriel Hill, Maple Avenue, and I'm here to talk about speed tables. Last month, I was almost hit by a car while I was in the crosswalk at an intersection on Maple Avenue. Although cars speeding, not stopping at stop signs and driving around me while I'm in a crosswalk isn't new, it was the closest I had come to getting hit, and I actually had to run out of the way. I met with the police chief a couple of days later to request raised speed tables. I also spoke with our town engineer. Both informed me that the town has a policy of no speed tables. I asked the engineer why then did Goral Palmer, the hired school board consultant, present a slide at the town Sawyer Road meeting stating that Sawyer Road would get speed tables as part of road improvements. The engineer stated it was an error, as did the manager at the October 18 town council meeting. The manager stated there is a standing policy that we don't have them, that he doesn't know how they crept into the conversation on the school, and that neither he nor his staff were consulted beforehand, but it's a policy. The manager followed up with the comment, quote, "I'm not an expert in this area. We can certainly bring in experts to advise us all much better." Why are we hiring consultants who need to consult with the town first about their recommendations? This defeats the purpose of paying for an independent expert whose sole purpose is to offer best practices for resident safety in our streets. This practice isn't new in Scarborough. A consultant did a traffic study for Maple Avenue in 1997 and stated that it needed speed tables, and I have a copy of the report if interested. Speed tables were also recommended in the 2011 Oak Hill pedestrian report, which is still on the town website. Furthermore, in the current site planning ordinance, chapter 405B, speed tables are one of the traffic calming tools recommended to discourage speeding within the site and between abutting sites. How can that, excuse me, how can that be if there is a policy of no speed tables in town? While I appreciate that speed tables aren't the answer for all situations, there shouldn't be a blanket ban on them either when there is compelling evidence to the contrary that has the potential to save lives. I'm aware the manager will be speaking tonight about a new traffic calming request policy in his report, and I'm very pleased with this new development. Thank you. I'm asking the town to bring this unwritten policy of no speed tables to light and incorporate our paid expert consultant recommendations to the town. This should be a transparent process and approved by the town council along with other traffic calming measures to create an official traffic calming policy. I need to add that just last night, I received the results of a speed study of a single data point in front of my house on Maple. Over the course of 1 week, approximately 25% of vehicles were going over 30 in a 25-mile-per-hour zone. And on a single Tuesday, speeding included 23 vehicles going between 35 and 40, 2 vehicles going between 40 and 45, 1 was going between 45 and 50, another 55 to 60, 2 were clocked at 60 to 65, 1 was going 70 to 75, and 1 went over 90 miles an hour. Thank you.
Seth Fernald, also Maple Avenue. I'd like to talk about something that hopefully everyone would vote yes for would be they don't like traffic or speeding, mostly speeding. So regardless, I'm just kind of following up on April a little bit. Just want to echo the sentiments there. The speeding on Maple Avenue is, as a lot of areas in town, is out of control. As you hear cars going 90 miles an hour on Maple Ave in a 25 residential area. Probably one of the more walked neighborhoods in the area, people with strollers, dogs, cats, walking, whatever, down the street there. I don't know what the solution is. I just want to echo that it is getting worse and worse. I appreciate the study that was done. There was the speed meter out, I think actually near a house. I don't want to say whose house. And one thing I kind of noted in that area though was it was about 2 houses away from where a house is being constructed. So pretty much 9 to 5, there were trucks along the side of the road, which made it a single lane road. So it was almost impossible to speed through that area, but based on the study, it was not impossible. People were able to go, really rip through there. So when we're looking at those studies, probably when they put the sign there, the meter there, they didn't realize there was construction down the road and that was basically a one single lane road there. So just hoping if whoever looks at the study reports, you kind of take that with a grain of salt, that it's going to be a little excessive to that. So even though you're seeing 40, 50, 60, 90 miles an hour, that's probably the best case scenario based on the situation there and that again, I don't know if that strip is even the most heavily, speeded on area of Maple Avenue. But again, with that obstruction there with the cars there, it made it almost impossible to speed, but again, not impossible. So I appreciate whatever we can do on that. I do not know what the solution is. Whatever we can do, I'd appreciate. You can put signs in front of my house, whatever you need there. And that's all. And also just kind of following up on just kind of yesterday, a lot of people voting both ways on everything. Hopefully going forward, everyone's just nice. Hopefully it was, I think, somewhat courteous. Facebook and media will make everything bring the worst in everybody, but I hope everyone continue to be respectful and work forward. Thank you very much.
Jim Pritchard, Maple Avenue. Still want to deal with the traffic calming and the process in which decisions are made. I've taken the last couple of weeks and I've been reviewing ordinances. Gave the diocese a copy of section 13, paragraph 1, and also a page from the National Association of City Transportation Officials. If we read section 13, I didn't print the whole ordinance. I just printed one paragraph I want to address in section 13. It says traffic control devices, authority to install traffic control devices. And the second word in that first paragraph says the council shall place and maintain traffic control signs, signals, and devices. When we last met, the manager said there was a policy that wouldn't allow speed tables, raised crosswalks. If you look at the National Associations of City Transportation Officials, it says speed tables are mid-block traffic calming devices. I got a copy of the MDOT. I didn't bring it tonight, I left it at home. But they also call raised tables, raised crosswalks as a device. If you look at the ordinance, it's the council that decides whether or not these go in. So the question I have, did the council come up with the policy on traffic control, or was it the manager and his department heads? If not, was the council made aware of that policy? And from the reaction I got last meeting, you weren't. If not aware, then how can a decision be made about devices if it hasn't been brought before the council? Has the council been derelict in their duty and not overseeing the action of the manager? One last, I'll close with this. The study that was done, the box was mounted at 16. The furthest that study could go is Elmwood. And I question whether or not it would read the traffic at Elmwood because there's a slight bend in that road. There was no study done between Elmwood and Honeywell. No study done between Honeywell and Abigail, and no study done between Route 1 and Abigail. So I hope the council and management doesn't take that one little piece and say traffic's fine. I think that whole area, if you want my honest opinion, all the Green Acres should be studied because every one of those areas is affected by traffic and speed and failure to stop for the stop sign.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard.
Thank you.
All right. And again, for those that are here tonight, again, there's the potential that we may table several of the items. 3, we have to table because of a clerical error that occurred. And 2, we discussed in our last workshop that we may table, and all of them relate tonight to the HP zone rechange, the VR4 zone rechange, the buffer change within CPD, and again, potentially the TIF and the CEA that are on the agenda tonight. So if you want to talk to any of those, now would be the time to come up and offer public comment.
Hi, Jack Fay from 14 Mulberry Lane. Point of clarification, a little bit earlier during the workshop, I heard someone say 11 months, $25,000, and I thought I heard somebody say 125,000. That's $275,000. My math skills are still with me.
Mhm.
Okay.
Just to like add clarity, we were talking specifically about the action tonight, which is for $175,000, but you're correct
Oh,
that
I'm sorry.
in the
Okay.
long run, it is a $275,000.
It got mixed in with the whole conversation.
Yeah. So that, but thank you for that point of clarity, because that was also shared and we need to clarify the record. So if I could just say that in the option agreement, there's $25,000 payments over a 13-month period. That would be a
13
total
months.
13-month period.
325.
Or,
13 months.
That's 325 then.
yeah, 325 is maximum
Okay.
exposure. But in terms of the action tonight, it is $175,000 because there was contemplation of doing something with the budget to address the other fees in the future.
Do I get back to 30 seconds you just used?
Yeah, sorry. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Katarina said that she wanted to know what the thing was, and I just received a survey, same as you did 2 years ago. So I think that was a point that was made. Surveys have been sent out and some people have already received it. You're not gonna like it when it comes back, but I got it. It said in the survey question 12, 52% or 54% of the people 2 years ago thought were very dissatisfied or dissatisfied with the way the town was going. I don't know whether you guys got the survey or not, but I think you're gonna get the same thing. My big concern is on the VR4. I won't get into too much detail, but there's a big thing in there that right now, if you look at the standards, it says there can be no vehicular access to Sawyer Road. Okay? If you change that VR4 to CPD, that restriction goes away. However, it says in the street network under the CPD development plan that in addition, consideration should be given to connecting the street network to the Gorham Road and Enterprise Drive if feasible. These two connections, if provided, should be designed to provide access to development within the district and should avoid creating direct travel routes that result in the establishment of a shortcut through the district. Come on, folks. If you put through a road, I know track view isn't the thing, it's 75 feet north of them. If you put through a road there, it's gonna become a shortcut to Costco. There's no school there now, so you can't say we need to get emergency vehicles up there for the school. The only thing it's gonna serve is a shortcut, which right here in their plan says it shouldn't do that. So I don't think it should be changed from VR4 to CPD. And last thing I'll say, traffic on Sawyer Road coming out onto 114, it's impossible to see to the left. Private trees are there. You cannot see. Either you back up and you look behind the trees to try and guesstimate how fast the guys are coming. And then the people behind you start blowing their horns. Or you move out into the cycle lane and kill a bicyclist going by. Either way, it's not satisfactory. When you said if the school passed, the MDOT would come and do a survey. Somebody's got to get off their duff and get the main DOT down here to look at that and put in a traffic signal. That will help alleviate the problems you're trying to alleviate with the congestion at 114 and Route 1, because it'll stagger the traffic. It's only going to benefit everybody in the town. But I know it's a state road. You're handcuffed. You got to go through the MDOT. I know I'm over, but I'm taking that 30 seconds back. I really think you have to do something to get the DOT down here because there's going to be major accidents there. And I agree with the people on Maple Avenue. Sawyer Road, the police did a survey for us, I think it was 4 years ago. 90 miles an hour is what a lot of people drive on those roads. Put in a speed bump or a thing, it may slow some people down, but it's also going to make people jump the road and go crashing into the trees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Shannon Lindstrom, 62 Jasper Street. First, congratulations to John and to Jean Marie and to Dawn on your successful campaigns. I'm excited to continue working with you and I'm excited to get to work with you over the next year. I would be lying if I said this wasn't an extremely emotional day for me. On a personal level, it is not easy to work so very hard and to pour your heart into something that does not turn out the way you expected. However, I'm here to talk to you about how we look forward. If I'm being truly honest, last night was incredibly shocking. 1 minute, April, Dawn, Jillian and I were giggling. We were singing Sunglasses at Night. with some other people here, and literally the next minute I was listening to 5,913 people voted no to build the consolidated school. That number is higher than I've ever imagined it would be. But what it tells me is that there is a lot we don't know. I still have the very same sense of urgency that I had yesterday to get a solution in front of the voters. But I also recognize that we are lacking a vital piece of information, an understanding of why the community voted the way they did. Why did the majority choose to vote no? I think we need to gather information through a survey from, and I know that you discussed this as well and you believe the same, but I think that's going to give us the necessary information for how to move forward. The reality is that the need is still very much here. We are still over capacity right now at our existing K-2 schools and our middle school. We are still expecting a large number of new students to enter the schools in the 2027 and 2028 school year. The problems don't go away because the school was voted down. We have a problem to solve, and it's going to take all of us working together. I hope I can count on our community to apply to join the committee and to help us to do the work. Even if working on the community isn't something that somebody has the time for or is interested in doing, they can still attend the meetings. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, November 28th at 6 o'clock, and I hope to see as many of you there attending with us. But I do have another ask for you to consider as a body. Over the last 2 months, I've had many conversations with the community through canvassing, through emails, through one-on-one phone calls, and I have heard very different ways of saying the same thing over and over and over again. It's that the town's not listening to me. The town doesn't care about me. They don't care about what I like. And I have to tell you that this has been the hardest thing for me to hear is feedback, and even harder to take in, because I feel like I listen, and I feel like I'm trustworthy, and I feel like I've been super transparent, but that's not what the perception is on the outside. So when you add this to the discontent and the discord around this vote, I am left feeling that we have to do something as the 2 elected bodies in town. We cannot continue to identify problems and then hire and pay for experts to solve the problems, only to have those fail at referendum. If we don't start rebuilding the relationships and the trust in this community, I am worried about how we move forward with any of our town's needs and wants. We need a school. We want a community center. We want a pool. We want a library expansion. To get any of these, I believe we need to work on solving our differences as a community. I'd like our bodies to explore this more, and perhaps it's a community-wide dialogue session or a series of them. Perhaps it's a joint committee that works on community relations, but I'd really like to ask for your support to help us and to consider how to best work forward on this. It's not going to be easy, but nothing worth it ever is. So we can all do hard things, and we can do them together as a community. So I hope you will join me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Hamel, Bay Street. I'm here tonight to say thank you to all the voters in Scarborough who have spoken about the school proposal. I want to also thank all the members of the building committee and everyone else involved in the effort and all the time and energy that people have put on the school project. But I'm really here to say to the town council to please hear the voices of the voters. Please take very seriously what the voters have said. This project did not fail because of poor communications. It failed for real, substantial reasons: cost, size, location, closing neighborhood schools, disrupting neighborhoods, and many others. We still need a long-term solution to the facility problems facing our schools, and we have no time to waste. But we need a solution which will pass at the polls. We can't just bring back the same proposal in a few months and expect that it will pass. We've got to understand why this proposal failed and build support for whatever the plan is as we move forward. The job of the Board of Ed is to represent the interests of the students, and that is what they did. The job of the town council is to make sure that what is brought forward will pass at the polls. Please do what it will take. Please consider doing a survey to find out why people voted against the proposal. take full advantage of the public interest and energy right now around this issue. We do not want to have to spend any money on temporary solutions. Then I did plan to speak on the CEA, and I only have 50.
I'll give you another
Okay.
couple minutes.
All right. I have concerns about expanding the CEA. Right now, the way it's written, there's a cap of $55 million based on the Downs meeting certain development goals of square feet and value. And that point, it was supposed to be about 20 years. And the goal was that they would receive about $75 to $80 million in CEA payments over 30 years. And it was set at that amount because we used information from the Downs on what their infrastructure costs were supposed to be, the extraordinary expenses that they would go to that normally a town would do. The way this was set up, they can, so when they hit that $55 million, that's a cap. And the thinking was that for the last 20 years, finally, the last 10 years, they would receive possibly another $2 million bonus per year. And that would bring them to 75, maybe a little more, $75 million. But at the pace that the development has been going, they're way ahead of where anyone thought they would be. And they can start collecting the $2 million bonus before the 20th year. They could start it in year 10. And if they did start it in year 10, instead of receiving $75 million, they would receive $95 million. And we're talking, I mean, it would be great for them because, and it would be great for the town because we would, the benchmarks, the goal posts that were set are large amounts. I mean, they're very high dollar amounts of value. So that would be a lot of tax money coming to the town. But we're talking real dollars here. The difference between giving the Downs 75 million or 95 million. And I really want to see a cap put in that agreement before we expand it, because no doubt they're gonna reach, they're gonna go way above 75 million, and that was not the intent. Thanks.
Thank you.
See, John, you got your clock fixed. My name is Neil Gregoire. I'm at 81 King Street. First off, I mean, I've butted heads with a lot of people, okay? And I'd like to see that change. Because whether we agree or disagree, okay, what I will acknowledge is that all of you put in a huge amount of time, okay, to sit on this council, to prepare for these meetings and to do your work. It's a no-win job. And I acknowledge that you're all extraordinary for being willing to do that. So I've used 30 seconds of my time. What did yesterday tell us? Yesterday told us that by a margin of almost 2-1, the voters of Scarborough don't want a consolidated K-3 school located in the Downs that results in the closing of our neighborhood K-2 schools and that destroys the Sawyer Road neighborhood. So it's some combination of all those things that brought about last night's vote. And I absolutely agree with Shannon and with whoever else has said, we really need to go after the specific reasons of why people voted for or against. You all want to sit there and say that you listen to the voters. Well, last night you came as close as you're ever going to get to having 9,500 people sit at that table and vote on an issue. And it was a resounding no. And I'm sure you all agree it was a resounding no. Several of us, myself included, have stepped forward and said we'd be willing to join the building committee to bring some new ideas to it. But it has to be contingent upon looking at new ideas. If all they want to do is stir the pot, change the numbers around a little bit, and come back a year from now with basically the same proposal, we're going to be talking the same result, okay? there's options, they need to be explored. You know, I think that the public has spoken, that we should listen. So, you know, I'm volunteering tonight. I know of a couple other names that are volunteering. One thing that I think absolutely has to happen is, Shannon referenced using consultants to do work and then having their work set aside. I think we need new consultants. I think we need people with a fresh look, who will take a fresh look and not say, we can't do this, or we already looked at this and we can't do it. We need people who are going to look at and say, here's the problem, how do we address it? Okay, because we've heard enough of, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't do whatever. We have 2 seconds left, John. So I guess I would encourage, and if I go to sit on that committee, I mean, I would absolutely say we need to select new consultants with an open mind, with the ability to look at the problem and solve the problem, not tell us what we can't do. So thank you all
Yeah.
for your time, and thank you all for your efforts.
Mr. Gregoire, I just really appreciate your comments tonight. And I know in one meeting before, I had to pause things, and I just am very grateful and thankful for you coming forward and sharing your perspective. And I would like you to shake your hand based on what you just said. So
I don't mind you giving me the hook.
thank you.
Doesn't mean I'm gonna get around to sing Kumbaya with you.
That's my new goal.
I'm Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue, and I'm punting a little bit tonight because I just wanted to respond to some of the conversation with the workshop. First of all, I don't understand why we are doing rezoning before we're purchasing land, because, you know, fast forward, if for some reason the school does not wind up in the Downs, then we've, you know, expanded the CEA basically. You know, if we're not purchasing any of the land, then we're just expanding the CEA, which to me makes no sense. And I had a question about on the financial impact slide where you were showing the numbers, if we did this, if we did that. So at the first reading, one of the points that I brought up is that with the multifamily units, if it's part of the CPD district, can be, is it 35% 3 bedrooms, which is the same as single family houses for all intents and purposes. So really the difference, if you factor that in, is 43 single family units. And so I'm just wondering, with the numbers that were calculated, if that was taken into consideration, and also if the CEA was factored into the financial impact. Thirdly, talking about with the CEA and, you know, what are we doing and when do we have to do it, and feeling the pressure that I'm sure you all feel. I have in front of me section 8.16 of the school building process of the CEA. And it says the developer agrees to reserve land within the developer property for the inclusion of a site suitable for a school and associated supporting land with the approved master plan. This time period may be extended if the process is underway and the parties agree to a specific extension term in writing. So I would say that the process is very much underway. And what I would add to that, I would like to see a little more of private in the private-public partnership that we are in with the Downs. The process is underway. And so we should all take a deep breath and rethink what's the best thing for Scarborough. About enterprise, I caught that at a previous meeting, that, you know, the possibility of it being added into the TIF. What I'm concerned about, I think I also heard that they're looking for a contract zone, and a contract zone is an exclusion in the rate of growth ordinance. So if it's a contract zone and they want to build hundreds of multi-unit dwelling units, that's a concern. The comment about Councilor Seither's comment on impact fees, well, I can appreciate that the council has the authority to spend the impact fees, even though the impact fees are paid by the developers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's still money that belongs to the taxpayers of Scarborough. And then the last thing I want to just say quickly is when I was looking at the agenda for tonight before the meeting, it really concerned me that the points that are now all being tabled were on the agenda as a public hearing and a second reading. I mean, these are important topics and these are complicated issues. And forgive me, I don't say this to be critical because I really admire all the time and effort that all of you put into being counselors. But a lot of times at a first read, things get moved forward because it's just the first read. And these are complicated things. And so now on tonight's agenda, it was public hearing and second reading, which says to me as a taxpayer that what the public thinks really doesn't matter. So I just wanted to note that and, hopefully next time not be in such a rush to go through the process. Thank you very much. And thank you all for your service to the town, truly.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else in the public who would like to talk to anything? Either the items that are being likely to potentially tabled tonight or anything else not on the agenda? No? All right. Oh, we got one online. Great. Julia, I'm gonna allow you to talk. So if you unmute your phone, you should be able to speak.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Julia Plunkett, 76 Maple Ave. I wanted to speak to two things. The first is just acknowledging my community and immediate neighbors on Maple for really just stepping up and organizing and understanding that the traffic, the speeding is really untenable where we live. And that something needs to happen, and that instead of, talking about it with one another, action is happening. And I just want to sort of take some public space to acknowledge that and say we're just getting started. I, along with a few of my other neighbors, and if I could be so bold, our neighbors on Elmwood and on Sunset, some of whom I've spoken with over the last few days, something needs to happen. I would love to see speed tables. I would love to see any sort of clear effort to move forward with that. And I think we're hopefully moving in the right direction. But I do want to also acknowledge that, while I live on Maple Ave, my daily walk takes place between Sunset and Elmwood as well. Those roads take on a massive burden by absorbing those cutting through from the light on Route 1 through one of those roads onto Maple and over to 114. So as we move forward, I think you can expect from me that I will be sharing sort of what I'm learning from those neighbors as well, because I think it's an important part of the conversation. And then just on the voting last night, I think it was a resounding no. And, I think I can speak for myself, but I don't think I really had any strong feelings about the school either way. I think I probably would have supported it. But I'm absolutely never going to support something that decimates the neighborhood in which my son is growing up. So I think a survey to understand where everybody's coming from, and, obviously not everybody's going to be happy. But I think understanding and having conversations, that first step, because even if we don't get what we want, it's important to vote for something that we believe in and are participating in. So I think it was the last meeting, Counselor McGee said something along the lines of, and correct me if I misspeak, but towards the 11 o'clock hour, he said something like, after voting, if the town of Scarborough really rejects this effort to build this school in the Downs, I think it's time to eject. And I think it's been echoed, not just by me, but someone who spoke a little bit earlier. It is time to not just tweak this plan, but I think be kind of radical in our approach. And it starts with speaking to the community first. So I'm looking forward to this, hopefully ejecting.
Thank you. All right, and with that, is there any, I see another person online, Rory Benjamin. Gonna allow you to talk. If you unmute your phone, you should be able to speak.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson, and congratulations to the counselors that were elected. I'll be real quick since I know there's been a lot of public comment this evening. I'm going to join the chorus. I'm at 68 Maple Ave, by the way. I apologize. Just going to echo the comment from my neighbors about hoping to find a solution to deal with the out of control traffic. And we'll echo one of the points made earlier. I would strongly encourage the police department and the town council to get multiple points of data across Maple Ave. I don't want the council to think this is a case of us just asking for multiple speed surveys until we get a particularly egregious one. But I think, as with any decision for the council, to weigh the more data points to provide information, the better. I had sent over some FOIA request numbers to the council, I think kind of showing the police department's level of enforcement on Maple Ave. And I think that those numbers kind of speak for themselves. Regardless, I encourage the council to be proactive in a traffic calming measure on Maple Ave. And the only other thing I will add in regard to the school vote is, as others have said, I think there was a lot of different reasons people voted against this project. I have my own reasons for why I voted the way I did. I would just say I never want to be someone that complains about something and doesn't want to be part of the solution. So I plan to try to help out and contribute wherever I can to the process moving forward, both for Maple Ave and the school. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else who would like to speak during general public comment? No? All right, with that, I'm closing general public comment. Moving on to item number 5, minutes from our October 18th, 2023 town council meeting. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? Oh, wait, sorry, we have to vote because John's virtual. Do you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Seither?
Yes.
Counselor Clucci?
Yes.
Counselor Shoup?
Yes.
Counselor Katerina?
Yes.
Counselor Hamel?
Yes.
Counselor McGee?
Yes.
Chairman Anderson?
Yes. All right, item number 6 is adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments to the agenda tonight? Counselor Hamel?
Yes, I noticed that there's one agenda item for the very end of the agenda, and that's the taking action on the town manager's employment agreement. So my thought was that would not be going forward for final action this evening. I know there's going to be there was concern about trying to get it done by the current council. There was a commitment to get that done. The contract expires the end of December. So the reason I'm going to propose that we move it to the top of the agenda or to postpone it so that the public can kind of get up to speed. We have actually listed a copy of the proposed employment agreement, but there has been no real line of sight for of this for the public.
Counselor Hamel, where would you like to move it on the agenda?
Well, I'd like to move it to the top of the order, and I don't know where that would go. I don't think it would go before old business. I think it would be top of the order for new business. Is that where it would go, or would go all the way to the top?
It's your choice. Where would you like?
So I'd like it to go all the way to the top, and as part of this, my goal would seek first to postpone it, and if not postpone it, then I'm prepared for us to have, to have that discussion at the top of the order. I just don't think it's fair for the public to wait to the very
Can we
end.
just,
number one.
can we have a motion to
Yeah, you need to
amend
make
the
a
agenda?
motion.
Sorry?
And th-
Need to
we
make a
need to
motion.
make a motion to
So I
amend the
move that-
agenda,
I
and then we
move-
can have discussion.
Thank you. Thanks for that advice.
It's Robert's rule.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts rules. I would like to move. I would like
Okay,
to-
let's let the motion,
just-
Counselor Hamel, can you make the motion?
Give me a chance. I would like to move that we take that action item and move it to the top of the agenda this evening.
All right, can I get a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Any discussion? I mean, I'm personally fine where it is on the agenda, but if anybody wants to vote to move it, when I call the vote, feel free to move it if you would like to. So all those in favor, oh, sorry, Kristen, can you call the vote?
Counselor Seiler,
Yes?
Counselor Clucci,
No.
Counselor Shute,
No.
Counselor Katarina,
No,
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
No. All right. Any other adjustments to the agenda? No, all right, item 7, items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. I signed those right before the meeting. Item number 8, town manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a published list of things I'd like to review. I do have a couple of ads, late minute ads. Pardon me. So the first block of things really has to do with the school land, and there was certainly a lot of discussion early in this evening. It does appear that many of the items will be at least up for discussion for tabling, and so there's really no sense in talking much about those tonight. I will mention, however, and members of the council have received this. We did receive a legal memo regarding the kind of the title position, if you will, of Trackview Terrace, or the land that's actually north of the area that's kind of known and used as Trackview Terrace. That's been provided to all the immediate abutters, and we're in the process of arranging meetings to further discuss the results of that. Essentially, the upshot of that is what's being offered to us is owned by the current by Crossroads, fee simple interest without any use restrictions. So it's a fairly positive outcome in terms of understanding what that piece of land is and what the offer has been extended to us. So again, I guess I await further direction from the full council, but we do expect to honor our commitments and reach out and meet with the property owners. With respect to the Eastern Trail, the CSX, this is the railway. We did supply today a final design at their request, modification to the design. Hopefully that will be met with their satisfaction. It was submitted as they requested. The expectation is they will actually issue a quitclaim deed and will secure the use rights that we've been eagerly waiting for. And I also have a final piece on a final private easement with ABCO. It's another company. Actually, that property owner, we have the largest impact on. They own all the land on the east side of the Nonsuch River. So we're hopeful we're making good progress. I have been trading communications with the chair of the Eastern Trail Alliance and hope to connect with her in the coming days or weeks. I see Randy here in the audience. They are currently without an executive director, so I think Randy and some of the remaining few staff are doing what they can to make sure that their members are aware of what's going on, and I want to do my part to help provide that update. With respect to the Gorham Connector, this is a project that was a council goal. The project is being run through the Maine Turnpike Authority. They are kind of getting ready for the public portion of this and starting a public engagement process. And they envision a stakeholder meeting. This is kind of certainly by invite, wanting to make sure specific stakeholders are part of the conversation, but I believe it will be a public meeting as well. And then there'll be 3 more specific general public meetings, and they intend to kind of spread them around. I've offered up these chambers as one of the locations if they wish, and they've offered an opportunity to come out and speak to the council if that's of interest. So I can work with future leadership as to whether that's something we want to arrange. With respect to the dredge contractor is on site. They've been here probably 10 days. Most of the activities occurring at Ferry Beach. They're essentially assembling, fusing together the different lengths of pipe. They'll be deployed into the water along with the dredge from the Ferry Beach side. And then the rest of the crew in the operation will actually work from the Pine Point Co-op side of the river, if you will. So we expect work will start as soon as Wednesday or Thursday next week. They're going to start with 12-hour shifts and for the first week, and then migrate to a 24-hour shift. The intent of which is to get in and get out. And they expect to move about 1,000 cubic yards of sand deposited onto Western Beach, and hope to be done by the end of the year. So everything is moving forward quite well there. You've heard me comment several times about improvements we've directed at and have contractors to provide at the Pine Point Pier. The pedestrian pier has been off limits and shut down for the better part of the year. We'll be doing new handrails, new cross bracing. That work will commence in the next couple of weeks. And the new cranes, there's a final few parts we're told that are supposed to come in this week. And within 2 or 3 weeks, they should be installed. So we've asked for those details to be communicated out to the community, fishing community. Luckily, this time of year, there's just a handful of folks that are really still active and relying on that infrastructure. Appreciate everyone's patience. It's been a long time coming for sure. Just want to mention, just to reaffirm our commitment to doing an updated fiscal model. This is for the Downs project. Last month or 6 weeks ago, we heard an update with respect to their progress as of year 5. And we're very interested to rerun that model with certainly all the appropriate updates and budget adjustments. And to the speaker this evening, I think we'll have a much better sense of what their projections suggest, how quickly they may be reaching certain goals. So that information is forthcoming, and we expect to have it done by the end of December, and we'll certainly share that publicly. Curbside collection, I think I'd mentioned in the past, one of our local haulers has chosen to get out of the business. This is a hauler that provided service, longtime service to many of the condominium associations and many of the private ways. And so it left many of these homeowner groups scrambling for providers. And so we've heard from probably half dozen of them. There's as many as 350 homes near as we can estimate that are potentially affected by this. It does appear that many of them have found at least near-term solutions. I don't know if they're good, viable, long-term solutions. So we continue to help them by looking at what other options might be out there for them. But we're taking a very deliberate and cautious approach. I've tried to get some input from folks that have been involved in these matters, and that's the advice given, and I've certainly taken it. Affordable housing, just want to report back, the Affordable Housing Alliance did do tours of Jocelyn Place and Village Commons last week, and incredibly impressive facilities, both of them. They'll both have formal groundbreakings, probably in the spring at this point. I'll certainly make you aware. I highly encourage you to see these facilities, something we should all be proud of. This past weekend was the 2nd annual Maine Junior Firefighters Muster. Captain Darren Granada has taken this task on. His first year was a great success, and second year was even greater. We had over 70 participants. These are junior firefighters. I didn't appreciate it, but it's in part a bit of a recruitment exercise to see some of the upcoming talent. These are in their early and mid-teens, so these are fairly young folks, but it's great to show that early interest in fire service. And I was told today that we've had just tremendous support by the business community that have underwritten the entire cost of the project. Our hope and intent is to have this to circulate to other departments. So we've committed to kind of the first 3 years, and I think Darren would love to pass this on to others with a playbook to go by. With respect to traffic calming, we've heard a lot of public comment this evening. Staff is in the process of preparing a traffic calming policy. I will say the direction we're taking is rather than being prescriptive, because there's so many factors that go into what a a solution might be, given the unique circumstances of an area. It's really gonna be heavy on process in terms of how a resident or group of neighbors can initiate a process to really understand. And from a staff's perspective, we certainly surround ourselves with experts as needed. We have experts on staff as well. But it's really data driven, and really before we talk solutions, let's understand the problem. And so it is intentionally going to be kind of process focused. We do expect to use the transportation committee to provide us input on that study. And ultimately, we expect to come and have the council accept that policy. So we're working, I think, quite deliberately in that regard. With respect to Maple Avenue in particular, we did want to be responsive to the concern. As you've heard, we have conducted an updated speed study, and we did share kind of the raw results yesterday, just as soon as we had them. I haven't had time to sit with staff, nor did we provide much of any analysis with that. So I think we do owe them a follow-up to maybe speak to some of the particulars of what that study suggests and what it doesn't. So last few things, staff did hold our annual end of year debrief with the Higgins Beach Association. This is something we've done for the better part of 10 years, and we've really come to appreciate it as an opportunity really to get some feedback around what we're doing right and what we could maybe improve on. I found this session to be really quite productive. There's new leadership in the HBA, and it was a productive session. So we did commit to a couple of fairly simple things. Their mantra is safety and beautification is kind of their focus area. And we agreed to sit with them and look at some of the signage in the area, see if we can improve it and reduce it, frankly. So we'll continue working with them. Costco opening, they expect to open the fuel service this Friday, November 10th. We've done all over inspections, and we believe they have a good plan in place, and certainly all the safety precautions are in place. And I believe the store is expected to open the following week on the 17th with their grand opening first thing in the morning. Two final things, Senior Property Tax Assistance Program, as of October 16th, just a few weeks ago, that closed for the year, if you will. The assessing department administers that program. They approved 424 recipients, and that amounted to about $311,000 in reimbursement going back to property taxpayers. I've heard mention from a number of counselors interest in maybe some energy in modifying some of the terms of that program. I would simply ask just to make sure that we are adequately funded, if we can do that and have clarity by the end of February, that we could make arrangements in next year's budget to make sure we're adequately funded. And lastly, just reflections on the election. Want to thank staff. We have a new deputy clerk who's learning as we go. But from my perspective, things really ran flawlessly last night. We were a bit concerned in the office that until last week, the turnout was very slow. It picked up considerably the final week of early voting. And yesterday we had 5,400 people come to the polls. So, congratulations certainly to the community. I'd also be remiss not to thank our colleagues at the high school. They did choose to have a remote day, which I think is really helpful for us. And it's probably helpful for the students and staff too. And we believe that that's the expectation going forward, that for the general election, at the very least, that they'll be doing remote learning. That way they don't lose a day, but we also are able to really focus on, the election and they don't have the security concerns. So thank you. That was a lot, but thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions for Tom? Councilor Hamel?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the update, Tom. I had a couple of questions. One was Trackview Terrace. It seemed to be kind of bouncing right over what people told us yesterday, but could you tell us how many people we expect to actually have to do eminent domain?
I'm not aware of anyone at this point. Our hope is to be able to work entirely within lands that we either own or we potentially will own.
I know there were a lot of discussions on traffic and safety, and I know these really frankly have not been limited to Maple Avenue and Sawyer Road. There have been similar concerns expressed in other neighborhoods. that they weren't here this evening to speak to that. So, you know, whatever we can do to address those things, especially the one that one individual mentioned on Sawyer Road, I took that same, tried to take that same left-hand turn. And because of the tall arborvitaes there was absolutely no sight distance, zero sight distance. And I know that the town conducted a site distance survey several years ago when Mike Shaw was head of public, the public services group. And can you give us an idea of when we would do an update on site distances to make sure that people are going to be able to get safely out of their driveways and also, you know, safely out of a major road on a major intersection?
Well, we don't have any prescribed timeline. I will say with respect to the intersection of Sawyer Road and 114, we are acutely aware that that is a challenge. The site distance is vegetation that grows. So I believe we're in touch with that property owner on a yearly basis. We're sensitive to the fact that they exist on private property. So we don't take matters in our own hands, but I believe we are communicating with that property owner in particular on a yearly basis.
There were two other things that I just had questions on.
Can I ask a question
Yeah.
regarding those trees that?
Yeah.
So the trees themselves are on the private property, but are the branches into the public right of way at all anyway? Because those could be lopped off.
Correct. And that's the annual conversation we have, trimming those back to bring them back, certainly on private
Okay.
property, but as far back as possible.
I just needed to find it.
Absolutely.
Because I agree, that's, yeah.
Yeah, and I often get, pushed back on this and I'm very aware of our obligation to let Tom, have the ability to conduct town operations without interference from councilors. But when we get questions like that from the public, my hope would be that and I think generally we respond very well, but I have sensed some frustration recently. It's been quite vocal about traffic and safety issues. We talked about Maple Avenue and also Sawyer Road, but others. And I think that, and we rely on committees, and I appreciate Tom's approach to try to do this at a staff level, at an operational level, but the sooner you get stakeholders involved, the better. I mean, a better outcome. I know that's something we hope to do as well with the school solution, but I would just, encourage us to do that wherever possible. The Pine Point Pier improvements, I'm pleased to hear that those are moving along. I do know that there is a desire from the Coastal Waters and Harbor Committee to try to do some dedication potentially in the spring of the improvements to the pier. So that's something that we expect to come forward, but I know the families expressed an interest in the status of that. So I promised them that I would, mention that this evening. The only other thing I was going to mention is that we received some information about the activity, and I talked with Councilor Shoup about this before this evening, but I'm not sure if you're aware about it. We understand that we've already retained a consultant to assist the Ad hoc Community Center Committee. And I understand that there was some budget money for that, but I'm quite curious in terms of what the approval process was, or at least did we follow any sort of competitive bidding process for this? Because I understand it's underway. We expressed, individuals on the committee have expressed the speed at which it's moving. And in view of what the voters told us yesterday, doesn't it make sense for us to try to put a pause on other things that could represent large potential appropriations that would have to go, or potential bond issues that would be queuing up as well. So that doesn't make sense for me to be going full tilt on this. Can you give us some insight on that? Because it sounds like the consultant is on a schedule to speed ahead, and the faster they go, the faster they get paid. So
Counselor, I don't think that's a fair characterization. They're doing it at our pace. And if there's a pace issue, I think this council can change that. With respect to consultant selection, we went through a public process. As I recall, we had at least 6 respondents. We can provide all of that information if you wish. Really got a top shelf, excellent consultant who worked for us. They're following our pace. And I have heard concerns with the pace of the project. But that was entirely based on the charge that this council created. And I think you can provide some level of relief that might be very welcome, frankly.
Yeah, I would suggest that may make sense for us to take a breath. We're not doing it on anything else so far this evening. You know, we've made some postponements of a couple of things, but it does seem to me that, you know, queuing up a major,
Counselor Hamel,
what's the
we're,
range?
we're in questions for the town manager, so if you want to save comments for counselor comments. about
I'd just like to
something,
say, I think this is relevant, and if it's in the tune of $15 to $30 million, I don't know that the public has said, yep, we didn't really like what you're spending on the school, but go ahead and charge ahead on the community
Counselor-
center. That
Counselor
just
Katarina.
defies common sense.
Yeah, just so
questions.
well, just to put it out there that Counselor Shoup and I are aware of that and we'll have it under control, so stay tuned.
We look forward to your
Okay.
updates.
All right. Moving on to order number 23-104, 7 PM public hearing and second reading, the proposed amendments to chapter 405 zoning ordinance, section 20C Crossroads Plan Development, subsection D2 Plan Developments relating to buffers. So for this item, do I have to put it on the floor before I motion to table it? Since we're no longer doing, right? Because we're tabling this one tonight because of an issue with the public notice in the paper, it had the incorrect date. So we want to put it back out in the paper. It's already been corrected. And so we've moved that date to November 15th. So we do need to table this tonight. So we won't be having the public hearing. But I'm going to move it to action so that we can make the tabling. So can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second,
All right. So Counselor Katarina,
Yeah, I moved to table order number 23-104 until December 6th. Is that correct?
till November 15th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got the date wrong. I thought I had them written down right. November 15th.
All right. So with the tabling action, there's no discussion. So,
second,
oh, sorry, second. And with a second of a tabling action, there's no discussion. So can Kristen, you please take the roll?
Counselor Seiler,
yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Thumbs up.
sorry, Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes,
Counselor McGee.
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
Next is order number 23-117, 7 PM public hearing and second reading on the new request for a cannabis establishment license from Nicholas Lavaseur Watchtower LLC located at 137 Pleasant Hill Road for an adult cannabis products manufacturing facility. This was tabled from the October 18th meeting. Liam, would you like to set it up?
Yeah, we're actually going to request to table this until December 6th. This applicant will have a secondary application coming for a medical manufacturing license, which we are proposing to put on the agenda for November 15th for first read, and then we'll line up action, public hearing and approval for both licenses on the same day, which we just think is convenient for us and works for the applicant at this time.
Okay. All right, with that, can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second,
You want to try again?
Yeah, I'll move to table this. I missed the date though.
December 6th.
So December 6th.
second,
All right. Kristen, would you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Seiler,
yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
yes,
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
All right, next is order number 23-119, 7 PM public hearing and second reading on the proposed zoning map change for a portion of R052006 and U056001, being an approximately 9.4 acre parcel located off of Higas Parkway, currently zoned Higas Parkway to Crossroads Plan Development District. Again, similar to the previous order, we had to reissue the public notice. So I'm gonna put this on the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second,
And I will make a motion to table this until November 15th.
second,
All right. Kristen, do you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Seiler,
yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
yes,
Counselor McGee.
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
All right, next is order number 23-120, 7 o'clock PM public hearing and second reading to the proposed changes to the official zoning map for R0530004, being an approximately 35.8 acre parcel located off of Preservation Way, currently zoned Village Residential 4 to Crossroads Plan Development District. So similar issue of needing to fix the public notice for November 15th. So I'm gonna ask to put this on the floor.
So moved.
Second,
And I will make a motion to table this to November 15th.
second,
All right, Kristen, do you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Scyther,
yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katerina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes,
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
All right, next is order number 23-121, public hearing and action on the request for a new food handler's license from James Hartley, Dunstan Smokehouse Co. located at 2 Dunstan Avenue, and this is being brought forward by the town clerk.
This is a new request for new business in Scarborough. They have received their occupancy and we have reviewed their application and everything is all set.
And this is a public hearing, so is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing nobody in the room or online, so I'm closing the public hearing. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second,
Any discussion?
quick question. Is there a second action here or is this a single action?
Single action.
So moved.
So I did have a question on this one then. And it has to do, this is part of the reason why I made a recommendation to handle the town manager's employment agreement, single action to the top of the agenda. It mentions Dunstan Smokehouse. I'm gonna ask the town manager if this requires him to make a disclosure.
I don't believe so. I don't have a vote on the matter. I have no bearing on the matter in front of you.
So my question is this the issue that has come up previously in terms of an investment, you know, in this particular entity, or do I have, am I confused?
I don't believe I have any reason to provide any disclosure. There's no conflict of interest. I have no bearing on the matter in front of you.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, Kristen, can you, is there any other discussion? No? Kristen, can you call the vote, please?
Counselor Scyther,
yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katerina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes,
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
All right, next is moving on to old business, order number 23-109. Second reading on the council order approving the third amendment to the Scarborough Downtown Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program, and schedule the second reading for Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. So with this is, again, this was the topic of our workshop to potentially change the TIF boundary to include the 36-acre parcel of land that was on a previous order that we talked in our workshop earlier. And based on the conversation in our workshop, we're contemplating potentially expanding the TIF boundary potentially further to include other areas. So during the workshop, we had talked about potentially tabling this to December 6th. So this was open for public comment earlier, so I'm not going to ask for any additional public comment at this time. But can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second,
All right, any discussion?
I'm gonna ask that this be tabled until December 6th.
second,
All right, Kristen, would you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Scyther,
yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katerina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
yes,
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
All right, next is order number 23-1110, second reading on the council order approving the first amendment to the credit enhancement agreement between the town of Scarborough, Maine and Crossroads Holding LLC, and schedule the second reading for Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. So similarly, this was discussed in our last meeting, and because they're linked, both the TIF and the CEA, the suggestion coming out of the workshop was to potentially table this to December 6th. Again, I had asked for public comment at the beginning, so I'm not going to request it on this particular action. So with that, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Any discussion?
Yeah, I move that we table this to December 6th.
second,
All right, Kristen, do you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Scyther,
yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katerina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
yes,
Counselor McGee.
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
All right, moving on to new business, order number 23-122. First reading and schedule a second reading on the request to use school impact fees to make the FY 2023 required payments to Crossroads Holding LLC beginning on December 1st, 2023 through November 2024, or until the town closes on the purchase of the property with a total maximum exposure of $175,000. So this was briefly discussed in our workshop. But with that, and I think we had corrected some of the public record earlier. So with that, if there's anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item, I would open it for public comment if you have anything at this time.
Neil Gregoire, 81 King Street, maybe just have a placard made up. I have an issue with going forward, and I realize there's a chance for public comment 2 weeks from now, a month from now, whatever. But I have an issue with sending good money after bad. You know, we're talking about $175,000. And if we truly have $175,000 to toss out on a maybe, then maybe our municipal budgets are a little too high. It's too bad they're gone, because I don't have a problem saying this in front of the Downs developers. But one of the messages from last night, okay, and it's all about perception, is that a lot of taxpayers in Scarborough are tired of seeing the town shovel money into the pockets of the Downs developers at what's perceived to be the expense of the rest of this town. And if we've got $175,000 to throw out there on an option that very well will never be exercised, at least for its today intended purposes, then my God, there's a lot of things that $175,000 could buy in this town that would be a lot better benefit to the town as a whole, rather than to the developers of the Downs. So that's the perception, is that we bend over backwards, okay, to shovel money to the Downs at the expense of the rest of the town. And this is $175,000, and granted, in a municipal budget of 82 million, maybe that's not a lot, or 84, whatever the number is, it's 80 something million. Maybe that's not, relatively speaking, a lot of money, but that's a lot of good could be done with that money that instead we're going to use just to placate the Downs for now, so that down the road we can shovel more money into their pockets. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue. I concur with the gentleman who just spoke. People tonight have asked what happened last night. I can tell you I voted no. One of the primary reasons is where the school is proposed to be. We ought to walk away from the deal. It's a good deal for the Downs. It's a bad deal for the town and the taxpayers. The school doesn't belong there as far as I'm concerned. That's a major reason that you got the big no vote yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else in the public who'd like to comment on this item? No? I see nobody online. All right, so can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, I understand what folks are saying regarding, paying this so-called, well, I call it earnest money in my business. But I am going to support, this is first reading and scheduling the second reading. At this point, I am going to support this because I feel that until we know for a fact that we're closing the door totally on purchasing the land, then we will be in default of our contract, and it could be, just unilaterally done away with by the seller, without doing this 25,000, I will be supporting the 25,000. Because it says, oh yeah, we can pay it through November 2024. That doesn't mean we're going to. But I want to make sure we at least pay the December 1st one. If we haven't made plans at that point to pull the plug, I guess is the way I want to say it. So that's where I'm coming from on this.
Counselor Shoup?
Yeah, so I mean, to elaborate on that, I agree. And also, I mean, I think we also need to keep in mind that if we don't end up using the land for the school, there's also an option to buy land. There's a lot of land left in town. And what scares me is if we are not consolidating and we now don't have 3 primary schools of possible land possibilities. Now we're not requiring more land, we're losing land. Land's not, there's no more land coming. So I'm with Counselor Katarina. I think we should, follow through with this. And then I also just wanted to speak on the fact that, this did come before the Finance Committee, and I appreciate that it was a busy meeting and it was quick, but we did spend a substantial 10, 15 minutes discussing it. And I mean, this came to us from Kate Bolton, who is the financial director for the school. And she had obviously met with our financial director. I mean, these are 2 people who are expertise in these fields. They clearly had a plan. They knew what they wanted to do. And this is the exact purpose. This is one of the purposes for impact fees. And so that is why, I mean, maybe it felt like a very brief discussion, but it was a substantial discussion with experts who did their research, who came to us and said, this is the best use for the impact fees. So I'm supporting this tonight.
Counselor Clucci?
Good eye. Yeah, so we did talk about this at finance. I teed this up in the event that the school referendum passed, that we'd have funds available to begin making those payments. I supported it at the first reading because I think that the council needs some time to distill what happened and if they want to proceed. And I don't want to preempt that by a no vote tonight. So I do think it should move forward. Whether you want to approve it at the end of the day, we did talk at finance as well that if this site is not used for a school, then it's not an appropriate use of school impact fees. So a separate funding source would need to be identified at that point when that determination is made. So I just wanted to clarify that as well.
Yep. Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, I objected to this. I voted against it in the Finance Committee for process reasons. I was given a handout, 5 minutes before the end of the meeting. I didn't have a chance to read it. Others didn't have a chance to read it, but it went ahead anyway. So I didn't like it before it got this far, and I still don't like it because we're just moving forward on something that I believe that the public has told us to stop. So I will not support this.
Yeah, thanks. And if I can just get clarification, and thank you, Counselor Clucci, for clarifying that different funding source be needed if it wasn't used for the school. That's helpful. But there is, and Tom, maybe you can help clarify this for me. There is at the end of this, if it's not used for a school, it could still, and the agreement includes a provision where we could acquire a smaller portion of the land parcel, correct?
Yes.
And those could be used for ball fields or other municipal uses, is that correct?
Correct. There's a defined set of uses.
Community center and
Community
recreation
center
fields.
and fields.
Okay, I appreciate that. And as first read and seeing that there's potential for future uses, I'll support this going for tonight at least.
Yep. So I also support it going forward tonight, as many of you have articulated. I think it sounded like earlier in our workshop, we had talked about 90 days to try and figure out and hopefully learn from the school what they've learned to figure out, is this the right site? And this at least allows us to preserve that. Or if we do change our mind and say, maybe it's not for the school, but it could be for some other rec use or application for the community, or maybe not. Like, I think we need a little bit more time to do that work to figure out, is this land we want to eventually purchase? And this just creates that pathway. And all this money would all go towards the purchase price in the end if we ever make that commitment. So I'm comfortable moving this forward tonight.
Just to be clear, given the fact the payment is due December 1st, my intention is to have second reading on your meeting next week. Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Yep. With that, Kristen, do you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shupe,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
No,
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next is order number 23-123. Act on the request from the Conservation Commission to approve the charge to establish an ad hoc open space committee. This is being brought forward by the Conservation Commission, and I believe the chair is here to set the table.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the counselors who have been part of this process from the time that the Conservation Commission came forward to you with a workshop in which we mentioned this first idea of having a plan to conserve lands that we want to protect and steward for in perpetuity for our benefit as town people. And I want to especially thank Councilors Katarina and Shupe for their leadership in moving forward on this idea of forming a committee. What I really like about it, the Conservation Commission is fully supportive of it, but what I really like about it is the plan is to bring representatives from a range of committees to be able to form this open space plan committee to work with residents and other stakeholders to develop a plan moving forward. It will allow us to prioritize spaces, take a broader look at what is across town, and determine what is important to us in our natural resources. So I thank you for your consideration tonight and hope that you all support it.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right, I'm not seeing anybody with a comment, so can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right, any discussion? Counselor McGee?
Just want to say thank you to Councilor Shupe and Katarina for spearheading this, and of course, the Conservation Committee. The membership here that you've pulled together as far as members of this committee is impressive. And these are the types of people we want in this community spearheading this effort. So well done on pulling this all together.
Counselor Hamel?
thank you. Yeah, I support this for a number of reasons. I think we've had good results with ad hoc committees. You know, I like the charge as it's described. And I think a major reason I like it is just for all the environmental reasons, sustainability reasons, but also as a potential curb on development. Okay, I think we're maxing out pretty quickly, and we haven't really discussed, you know, a point at which maybe we consider ourselves here in Scarborough fully developed. So I applaud your efforts and think that could be a strategic curb for us if all others fail. The one thing I would suggest, though, I don't believe in making promises you can't keep or meet, or making objectives you can't achieve. And so if we don't have 30% of our land in Scarborough that actually could be, you know, because of our wetlands and marshlands, I think there still needs to be some clarification of that goal. So perhaps you say for the remaining land, is that how it's written? 30-30 for the remaining land or the developable land? Or somehow, so that because my sense is we know today that over a third of our land is wetlands and marshlands. So I don't know what the exact figure is, but something pretty close to that. So I'd like to see that, and I don't know. I don't really want to vote in favor of it until we have something specific to address that.
Well, I'm excited for the ad hoc open space committee, and I think the timing is perfect because part of the budget this year was to do an open space plan. And so we are in the process, I believe, of hiring a consultant. And so it's great that we're going to be creating a resident committee that's going to be working with the consultant and bringing like the ground expertise of what the residents can bring to it. Speaking in regards to the 30 by 30, I mean, yes, it's a very big goal. I think the Conservation Commission within the last month has pulled up the GIS and said, well, the town owns this land and this land and this land. Why isn't that conserved? You never know. People might step up and start conserving their own land. And so, yes, it's very big, but I don't think we can pigeonhole ourselves or say that we can't accomplish that goal. We just don't know. And I think we have a lot of people who are interested in seeing if it's possible. And I think that's what this committee and the consultant are going to do together. And then once that comes together, we'll really know if it's possible or how much work we really need to do or how delusional we really are. We'll find out.
We'll find out. Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to Counselor Shupe for working with me on this and the push coming from the Conservation Commission, which I was a member a long time ago, before I was on council. I see this as let's get these people together, then hammer out more of the details of the 30 by 30. Certainly, I don't think the intent is to count the water as part of the land being conserved, but I mean, I understand what you're saying, but please don't hang this up.
Yes, work to be done, right? I mean, that's what you're saying.
Exactly, and I love that you support some. That'd be great. No, anyway, I'm sorry, I'm being a wise guy. So yes, I'm hoping that we can get a unanimous vote on this out of the council. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add, I'm super excited to get this committee started, and thank you to Councilor Shoup and Councilor Katarina for working with the Conservation Commission to move this forward. Randy Hogan actually asked me to open up a session on Scarborough and a changing climate that was hosted by the library based on a conservation series they put on. And it was so eye-opening to me to see how much risk we are of losing the marsh because of a lack of an ability to migrate if we don't properly conserve land surrounding the marsh. And the marsh is part of Scarborough, and it's a critical part of our community. So I hope that as this committee forms, they consider that as a top priority to figure out where is the open space surrounding the marsh as a focus. 30 by 30 is still important, but I feel like we got to get specific, and allowing that marsh to migrate with the appropriate conserved land is critical. It is on the library's website if anybody's interested in watching it. It was hosted by a native Scarborough resident, Peter Slavinsky, who used to sit on the Conservation Commission, or he's still on it.
Yeah, he
And
is still on.
he was chair for many, many years.
Yes,
So we have
when I
really
was on
great
it.
residents in Scarborough who are experts in this topic. And I'm hoping we can get that committee to work quickly to help us figure out how we conserve the marsh.
Well, and if I may say, it's
Yep.
not just the marsh. I mean, I get your
Yeah.
point, but I really invite all of you to come out to my side of Scarborough, mine and Nick's side of Scarborough, because that's gonna get swallowed up too. I mean, there's already some pressure out there near where I live, because I'm right next to an area that can be developed. So I
Yep.
just want to put that in
Yeah,
there,
it's
that's
true.
all.
Everywhere, but we got to focus.
Thank you.
All right, Chris or John, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think this idea came up earlier this year. I think Jean Marie and Karen have done a good job ushering it forward, and happy to support it. Look forward to the work coming out of the committee from a distance.
Right, Kristen, you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Scyther,
Yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shoup,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
Yes.
Counselor McGee.
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
Yay, thank you.
All right, next is order number 23-124, act on the request from the town clerk to certify the results of the municipal general referendum election and the Portland Water District trustee election that were held on Tuesday, November 7th, 2023. Do I read it now? All right, so I'm going to read the results. So town council seats 3, 5,639, Anderson Jonathan. 5,622, Katarina Jean Marie. 5,037, Cushing Junior Donald. 4,805, Doherty Scott, and 7,322 blanks. For trustees for the sanitary district, 3 seats, 6781, Greenleaf Jason A. 6456, McDougal Benjamin T. 6695, Summers Ruth A. 8493 blanks. For Portland Water District trustee, 1 seat, 4,513, Crockett Leroy P. 3,101, Pelens Nicole M. 1,861 blanks. Question 1, school referendum. 3,364 yes, 5,913 no, 193 blanks. So there are approximately 17,134 active voters on our voter registration list for this election. There were 9,475 voters who cast ballots in the November 7th municipal general election and the Portland Water Trustee election, of which 4,104 were absentee ballots, comprising of 43% of the ballots cast. The percentage for overall voter turnout for this election was 55%. Right. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, I just want to thank the people of Scarborough for turning out at 55%. It really exceeded my expectations on the number of voters to come out. And I've always been one that says, if you didn't vote, I don't want to listen to what you have to say, particularly because it really irritates me when people don't use that, you know, their voice, because that is your voice. So thank you, everyone in Scarborough, for returning me to council, and I will continue to serve you to the best of my ability. We may not always agree, but I choose to, you know, we can agree to disagree. So thanks.
Counselor Hamel, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. A couple of things. I want to, first of all, to compliment Tody and Kristen, you know, and the whole team's work. I mean, I've never really attended one of these. And it's because I'm an early riser. I can't stay up that late, but they got this done, you know, in record time with a much bigger output. You know, about 55% of active voters, normally we get 30% or something. So, I mean, really remarkable. And there's a whole art behind it, I guess, that, you know, people sitting at tables and having the warrant, you know, the warden come and speak and report the unofficial results was great. I mean, it's really exciting to be there, if you can imagine. The other thing I'd say is that I want to, you know, also reinforce what Jean Marie said about the turnout. I mean, this is, you know, the sort of thing that we've struggled with in the past, and I think that it's, you know, that's a positive thing, even though some of the decisions were difficult. I did have two questions, Tody, if I may. One is, I did notice a swing in the school referendum votes of about 100 votes that were lost from the no column, and I was curious as to what that happened.
I meant to do the calculation. I did correct it on that.
Right, but I mean, I know there was a correction, but I mean, there were just more blanks, or would, you know, the difference between 50, I think it was 5,900 originally, no votes, and it got reduced to 5,800.
It was when I was taking the memo up.
Oh, okay, clerical error, okay, thank you. And the other question I had is, can you give us a quick couple of words for active voters? Because I know you get questions like this all the time in terms of our voting list. So what's the definition of active voters?
Those who participate in elections on a regular basis. We have like 19,000 total voters on our rosters, but those include age pending, or have not participated in an election for like 2 general elections.
Okay.
And they're getting ready to be purged off the system. The state does that.
I see 2 general elections, then is sort of the guide, okay, for being active. Thanks. Okay, thanks very much. Never knew that. Someone asked me today, so now I know. Thanks. Nice job.
All right. So with that, well, I guess I just want to add, it was amazing seeing the voter turnout yesterday. It was a very, very steady flow of people. I woke up this morning and my shoulder blade was killing me, and I'm like, why is it hurting so bad? Because I was standing out there from 7 o'clock till 8 o'clock with Leroy Crockett, Don Cushing, and others just waving to people. And every time I was going to be like, we're going to have a break and I can go grab a bite to eat. Nope, they just kept coming. They kept coming. They kept coming. So it was so great to see everybody just show up yesterday, and it was a beautiful day, and everybody working the polls did a fantastic job and was always smiling and happy. And it was just such a wonderful display of democracy to see everybody participate and just come out and vote. So I'm very grateful that Scarborough stepped up, and, you know, we always generally have really strong voter turnout. And I think this was a good example of that. So I'm very pleased with that. All right. And with that, Kristen, do you mind calling the vote?
Counselor Seiler?
Yes.
Counselor Clucci?
Yes.
Counselor Shute?
Yes.
Counselor Katarina?
Yes.
Counselor Hamel?
Yes.
Counselor McGee?
Yes.
Chairman Anderson?
Yes.
Vote unanimous.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is order number 23-125, act on the request to approve the town manager's employment agreement. So this is being brought forward by the town council. Council Hamel and I will set the stage, and Liam, if you want to chime in as well. So this is something that started back in June, where the town manager expressed a desire to renew his contract, and the council agreed in an executive session to start that process. And through that, we've had several executive sessions to work on negotiating. Councilor Hamel has really kind of led the process, and we've engaged outside counsel through the process to help give us guidance and ideas. And we've worked very collaboratively with Tom to ultimately get to the agreement that's before us tonight. I don't know, Councilor Hamel or Liam, if you guys want to talk a little bit about the major adjustments that were from the prior agreement.
Yeah, if I could, I'd
Yeah.
like to do that. I'd like to do that if I could, and I had given, the only copy that's available that's been posted is the final agreement. Does not reflect the changes from the last agreement. And though there's some debate about whether this is actually a new agreement or a renewal and a revision of a former agreement, I don't suggest we debate that tonight.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, the clerk and deputy clerk are indicating that that's not completely
Sorry,
accurate.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your statement.
The memo is out
I'm sorry.
So I think for clarity for the public, what's in the packet is a memo that summarizes the changes, the new agreement, and the old agreement, which is currently what Tom is under. So those are the three items that are in the packet.
The thing that is not in the packet is a red line. It actually was, Tom's, final offer, which we accepted, which has become, and we have the prior agreement there as well. What I'm offering is that we use a red line so I can highlight the changes. Otherwise, I'll walk through this and we'll have to point to each one. So that is a suggestion that I made. It's available for us to follow through. If the chair thinks that is not appropriate and we don't really owe the public an explanation of what changed, then that's okay too. So I've done my best to support this process. In the process, I've actually been removed from the process at the end, and also, our work from outside counsel was replaced in the end by an additional counsel from Bernstein Sure. So this is a big disappointment to me from a process standpoint, but that nonetheless, I'm
Councilor
prepared
Hamel,
to
that's
review
not
these
an
changes.
accurate statement. You've been involved in this process up to the point of what we have before us tonight, including working with the assistant town manager on the final financial analysis that led to this being on the table, which was the very last action for this
I
particular
suggested
thing.
from a process standpoint that,
So maybe we did not follow the process that you wanted, but you were part of the process. So I just want to correct the record and make sure that the public knows that you were part of the process from end to end.
in
And
the end, we basically brought in another attorney from Bernstein Sure, even though the town manager was being represented by Bernstein Sure as well. And
No, he
no,
wasn't.
that is point of information. Bernstein Sure works for the town council. There are counsel, and we did have counsel come in to help us navigate a very specific item that's listed here to ensure that we got guidance because it was out of scope for the attorney that came to work on the agreement. So we did have multiple attorneys come and support this process, and it was actually the will of the council that we leverage our attorney to do that. And so that was the decision we as a body made, which, not everybody was unanimous in that decision. So I just want to talk about the three major changes that are in this agreement compared to the last one.
I'd be happy to do that if you'd like. And what I would say though, in terms of the economics, I'd suggest that Liam could help us with that. He did that part. And
So why don't we let Liam take the lead in reviewing the changes, and then Councilor Hamel, you can piggyback on him if you want to add any additional color or information.
Sure. So just to speak to the process, I think what's in the packet largely follows what we've had for a historical model when bringing forward employment agreements, whether the collective bargaining agreements or in this case, the town manager's employment agreement. It includes a memorandum that attempts to capture the substantive changes to the agreement with a clean copy of the contract or agreement. There are really three major changes from the prior agreement, and I would note that this is a standalone agreement. They are certainly changes from the prior one, but irrespective of the prior agreement, what you're adopting is a new agreement. There are changes to section 4 salary, which again was a negotiated change between the town council and the manager based on, I think largely based on some data around cohorts that was agreed to through the Appointments and Negotiations Committee, looking at how the economics of competitive positions have changed and evolved over the term of this contract. And that's largely reflective of that. I think there is a correlation between section 4 and section 13 in that there was a removal of performance bonus, which has been in the last 3 iterations of the contract. So that was an economic incentive that was removed, and that helps justify, I think, or account for the change in underlying salary. And then there is a new section 14, again, which was what Councillor Hamel referenced around a desire by both parties to clarify the intention and definition of that provision, which has been in existing agreements dating back to the original agreement. And so that was the kind of motivation behind that. One other note, Bernstein Shore is the council that is hired by the town council. I believe that's subject to change and review. But that was the council that authored the language in section 14.
So a couple of things I want to highlight from prior agreements, going back to the first one we did was in I believe it was in 2020. I did that with Chairman Johnson at the time. We spent a lot of time in that agreement to try to improve the communications between the town council and also better alignment between Tom Hall's efforts in running the town and town council goals. We've gone further than that in this agreement, and to ensure that the performance goals for the manager will recognize the charter, the town ordinances, and town council policies. And even in the past cycle, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that we identify the accountabilities for Tom to help us in our town council policies. And I owe a lot of that work to the efforts of John Anderson and others. So I think we have much better alignment, at least on paper, between what the town council is trying to achieve as we interpret the will of the public and what Tom is doing for us as one of the 2 people that we hire and fire along with the assessor. So those are the 2 folks that actually get here because of us and report to us. So the other thing I'd say is that the economics, I think, are much cleaner. Tom had some great suggestions. We did try to address a market issue, a competitive market issue with Tom's overall pay. And I believe that this agreement has done that, with the recommendations that were made and adopted. I also believe that this is an economical agreement in the respect that, the sort of increases that we're talking about here, I think are completely reasonable and in line with, what we think we need to do to keep Tom competitive with the market.
Great. Thank you. Is there anybody in the public who'd like to comment on this item? I'm not seeing anyone. So can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, Councilor Katarina?
Yeah, I'm pleased to be able to vote on this employment agreement. I've known Tom since the day he started with the town when my daughter blew up one of the voting machines, and Tom happened to be standing there. It's a long story. We won't go into that, but anyway, that was back in 2008. Am I remembering that date correctly? I work with a lot of town managers as a member of the Maine Municipal Legislative Policy Committee. And Tom is the best of the best, in my opinion, in the state. And I'm happy to tell anybody that. So I am happy we were able to put this agreement forward. I'm even happier that Tom hasn't been dragged away from us or enticed to go elsewhere, because I'm sure he's been approached. He wouldn't say it, but yeah, we're very fortunate to have a person of his caliber working for us as a town manager. So, thank you, Tom.
Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, this was a very challenging process for me. I've spent my entire career dealing with things like this. So on the one hand, I'm happy to help, and I'm glad that I've been involved in it, and we've been assisted by the appointments committee, the past 2 times we've done this, so with good results. So I'm very happy about those things. And as it relates to working with Tom, I've worked with Tom very closely, in the 5 years that I've been here. And I can tell you that I believe he's probably one of the best qualified, if not the best qualified, town manager in the state. He's particularly good in crises. He led us through COVID. He's very adept at dealing with stuff that comes over the transom, like everything that happens every year, something big happens. And I personally admire and respect his ability. That said, I will not be voting in favor of this, and it pains me to say this, but I do not feel that we are at a point now where we are aligned with with our form of government. I think that we have an inherent disadvantage with someone who's been in tenure a very long time. Councilors come and go. Tom's been here for 16 years. This will make 19 years. And unfortunately, that makes it very hard for our council to have a strong and actionable consensus. And I think that has really hurt us. So this is, I will not be supporting it for those reasons.
Counselor McGee?
So, believe it or not, one of the things I actually get asked a lot is how is working with Tom? Tom, you're your own entity out there in the public realm. So, for better or for worse, right? And people are usually surprised by my response. You like all political beings, and I know you're supposed to be apolitical, but you sit up here with us. You help manage a community. We get reputations, and I've found myself saying to those that are doubters, I've been incredibly impressed with your level of professionalism, the quality of the staff you've brought in. Anyone that's tried to bring up any sort of potential conflict, not a conflict, but any type of is he really serving the town the best he can? And I can affirmatively say I've never seen anything but integrity out of you, and I hope that continues. So I hope I continue to say that throughout this community, and I do appreciate, and I think people underestimate how skilled you are and the quality of staff you've even been able to bring in, and that in and of itself, if you're an employer, is huge. I'm a small business employer, and your employees are everything. So what you've done here with our staff here at the municipality is something you should be patting yourself on the back for. So well done.
Counselor Seifert?
I will echo Counselor McGee's comments in regards to our staff. One of the things that I hope that our residents appreciate about Tom is his ability to hire the best of the best. Our senior staff, as we've mentioned a few times recently, has had a significant turnover in almost every regard. And the staff that the potential he sees in people, his ability to hire people and bring in the right people to serve this community is to be commended. It's one of the things that I always brag about Tom to people about, is just his ability to know exactly who the right person is to do the job. And I also think that Tom's values reflect our community's values, and I'm really proud to have a town manager that I can say that about.
I think it says a lot about anyone who stays with a job for this long. I agree that I feel like people must have tried over the years to try to steal Tom. I've only been on the council for a year, and so I would have to say that I don't have a lot of experience specifically working with Tom, but I have a lot of experience working with his staff. And it's just been amazing. I've volunteered for the town for the last almost 10 years, and I've just thoroughly enjoyed the staff, their knowledge and their education and their willingness to work with residents and things like that. So I'm excited to renew this with you tonight, Tom.
Thank you. Counselor Clucci?
Yeah, this is really the reason I'm here tonight. Tom, it's been a pleasure working with you. I want to make sure that I was able to make my voice heard. You know, the role of town manager is incredibly difficult. He has 7 bosses. We all think differently. We all want our own way. And I think Tom is really adept at following the will of council, whether you want to believe it or not. He tries to understand where each counselor is and where the consent to council is, and use that to inform his work. And it's something that's incredibly difficult to do, but he does it incredibly well. And I'm happy to see that he'll continue to do it for a little longer. So thank you.
Thanks, John.
Great. So I'm super excited to approve this tonight. You know, I will say when I first joined, I was probably one of those people that would have asked you, what's it like working with Tom Hall? And I definitely came into the council with my own perceptions and preconceived notions, being out there as a resident and hearing what you hear from people. And I would just want to say, Tom, you are like one of the greatest men I've ever met, who, you know, you truly are dedicated to this community, and you have the utmost integrity and the utmost patience, as John mentioned, dealing with all of us crazies who run for office and, you know, can be demanding. I will say, when I first joined, I know I had to learn the ropes, and I don't think we found our way together until maybe a year and a half ago. And I think it's based on that mutual respect that we've learned to work really well together. And being chair has been an amazing blessing, very challenging, and I don't think I could have navigated it without your support, your guidance, your wisdom, your experience. I just think of the 3 years I've been here, how we had to deal with COVID that was mentioned, the turnover in staff that was mentioned, the big issues that we've been dealing with growth, the school. This is tough stuff. And, you know, sometimes as we work through these difficult things, we're going to fail along the way. And failure is okay, as long as we have somebody like Tom here to help pick up the pieces, come to the office next day, roll up his sleeves and get back to work. And again, just thank you so much for everything you do. And anybody, I hope we can delete these comments from the public record so that people don't see how amazing Tom is, because I just want to make sure that he's not getting recruited anytime soon. But again, thank you so much, Tom, for everything you do. And your calm and steady leadership, I think, is really important for this town right now, especially as we're dealing with a lot of changes. And I know we can rely on you to bring that steadiness that we need to navigate the troubling waters ahead. So thank you so much. The one thing I'm disappointed in, though, I must say, is I had a goal this year to make Tom send me a GIF over text. So I would send him GIFs to try and get him to send me one back. He never would send me a GIF back. So that's the only thing that I'm super disappointed in. All right. And with that, I am going to call the vote. Kristen?
Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shute,
Yes.
Counselor Katerina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
No.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. And with that, I'm moving on to item number 9, non-action items. We don't have any today. Item number 10, I'm going to combine items number 10 and 11, standing and special committee reports and liaison reports and council member comments. Counselor Katerina?
Yes, since we're busy praising people, I want to thank Counselor Clucci for his, what has it been, 6 years of service to the town? 4, okay, I can't remember who came in special elections, whatever, but you have been a pleasure to work with. I've worked with a number of different councils over the years, as you all know. I'm always totally gobsmacked, I guess is the word for it, by how you can do math the way you can in your head, and how you bring such a rational approach to problem, excuse me, to problem solving, which has been well appreciated, and I'm going to miss you very much. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, Chairman.
Anyone else?
Sure. Also, thank you, John, for your service. It's not easy. You stepped into the big role as chair for a while, which is a whole lot not easy I do want to say though, and I don't want to steal your thunder, but we did have a counselor corner live. Did I steal your thunder?
She did, go for it.
All right. It's on short-term rentals and it was very well attended. And I think we've maybe cracked the code on community participation. I think people were genuinely grateful for being able to offer feedback before a policy was formed. It was kind of, we get into one of these hot topics and before we want to start forming policies and ideas, it might be a good idea to bring it to a counselor corner live. I think there was some great participation, over 50 people, if I remember correctly, and very positive discussion all around. So.
Yeah, John, you will be missed. You've done some great things in the time that you've been here, not only as chair, but also as head of the finance committee this past year in particular. I think you've just really moved some big boulders. You've been able to make some innovations that I hope that we can build on. So you'll be missed. I always admired your ability to be extremely clinical, but also you got a big heart and you seek to do the right thing. So you will be missed. And I want to thank you for the time I've had to work with you.
Thank you.
I have a couple. So Nick did absolutely steal my thunder on Counselor Corner Live. And if you watch the video from the communications committee, we didn't look like we were going to get our fourth one in for the year. And I'm very goal oriented. And I was like, come on, like, are you sure we can't get one more in? That would satisfy our goal as a committee. I think we were all feeling a little burned out from talking about the school. And so the topic of short-term rentals came up and there was some energy around that. And we said, okay, great, let's do that. I will say I've gotten some really good feedback from Allison Carrier, our communications director, that the little videos that we make as a council perform very well on social media. And so Nick and I had made a video to welcome and invite people to come to the Counselor Corner. That did very well. The election video did well. And so moving that feedback to the next communications committee and hopefully to the full body, that if you're willing to make those little videos, the community really does respond very well to those. And it only takes a second and you do get better at it with time. Nick and I only had to do 2 takes of ours. And I did send all the outtakes to Allison. So somewhere in Allison's possession are the outtakes of Nick and I trying to make our video. The next thing I wanted to highlight is the Scarborough Land Trust invited the council last week to the ribbon cutting of the newly completed bird trail at Fuller Farm. And I took them up on their invitation. It was a beautiful day on Friday for those of you who remember. And I brought my sister and my 2-month-old nephew as my +2s. The land trust was incredibly accommodating and informative. They gave us a great overview of the property at Fuller Farm and all of the work that goes into that property. And then we went to the bird trail and saw the tremendous amount of work that has gone into building up that trail and making it walkable and accessible, preserving the land around it. I cannot say enough amazing things. We spent an hour walking and enjoying being outside. And so hats off to the land trust and all of the work, specifically Tom Nolan, who carried a lot of wood and tools and pulled in a lot of volunteers and expertise to get that trail done. So if you have an opportunity, I would highly encourage you to go check that out at Fuller Farm. And then the last thing, and I don't want to end on a negative, but under no circumstance will I tolerate name calling by anyone on the body. And if that is something we need to address as a council, then I would rather do that sooner rather than later. But I will not tolerate that kind of behavior again.
No real updates. I just wanted to say I enjoyed serving with you, John Clucci, and you're gonna be missed on finance for sure. John was always answering my questions as a new member. It was difficult, an adjustment. I've learned a lot. And I hope to see you around, Clucci. Maybe come to one of our ad hoc community center meetings, or we'll just create a new committee for you.
John Clucci committee.
Right.
Yeah, so during the election piece, I didn't thank the voters, but I want to thank the voters for reelecting me to another 3 years on council. This has been such a great learning and growth experience, both personally and professionally. And so I'm looking forward to the next 3 years. I do feel like we're at a time right now, and it's partially coming off of the ballot where there's clearly a strong divide building. And I hope that we as a body can be the leaders to bring people back together, back to center. I'm very pleased tonight to hear, and I'm optimistic when I hear people who I know who didn't support the school willing to come to the table and actually be part of the solution. And I think that's what we need. All voices should have a voice at the table, and everybody is welcome. And I hope we find a way to do that. The Counselor Corner Live is a great way, a great venue for us to do that type of communication. But I hope we can, as a body in the next cycle, really focus on communication more and what we can do to address some of the current lack of trust, I think, that's out there. And again, it will always be there to some extent, but I feel like we're at a point where we can actually get ahead of it, bring us back to center, and hopefully work more together and more collaboratively as a community. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to welcome Don Cushing to join the council. The few conversations and interactions I've had with him, I think he's going to bring such great value to this body. His wisdom, his experience, the finance stuff. I've talked to him a little bit about some finance stuff, and he gets it. So that's helpful. So that'll be good to have him join the team, because we're got big shoes to fill with John Clucci from a financial perspective. And also want to congratulate Counselor Katerina again for her reelection. You know, this past year, you've really become, you know, somebody who I've also learned to lean on a little bit when dealing and navigating complex political solutions or issues. And the guidance you've given me this past year as chair and just on all kinds of topics has been wonderful. So I really appreciate continuing that journey with you over the next 3 years and seeing what solutions we solve together in the next 3 years as a council. I do want to thank John for his service. John, you've been, you know, an amazing partner. I think I shared with you last time how much I've learned from you as well, and how great you've been for this community. And I'm hoping you're just taking like a year break before you decide to come back and run again. So I really look forward to you know, interacting with you and hopefully seeing you still be involved in the community. And I think that's all I have to say. All right. All right.
John,
Oh, sorry, John, go ahead.
No, I don't have much to say. I just wanted to say, you know, I'll miss you guys, but I'm excited and look forward to seeing what you are able to accomplish in the next year. And I think when you work together, and you've got a good group, you will work together. You know, it's going to be fun to watch from the outside.
I bet.
And you know, everybody that got elected, congratulations. It's Scarborough voted yesterday, and they elected some people, and they told us how they were, you know, what they thought about the school proposal, and that's the way it's supposed to work. The only, I guess, 2 tidbits I'll leave you with is the proposal for the school that came forward it solved all our problems, right? When you solve a problem, there's usually a counterbalancing effect. There's usually some negative baggage that comes along with that. So when you try to solve all your problems at once, there was a lot of baggage that came along with that solution. You know, so maybe in our quest to satisfy the immediate needs, see if those simple single solutions that we come up with can be part of a grander scheme, but attack them one at a time. And I guess that's where my thought. I guess the maybe the one regret I had as a counselor is when I served as chair, I probably didn't lean on some of those that came before me enough. You are pushed into a position that you are not prepared for, and you have an awful lot to learn in a hurry. And it's very easy to forget that there's people that have been in that situation before. So I just want to hold that olive branch out there as well. You don't have to call, but if you do call, I'll probably answer, and also lean on John. You know, some people that were there before. So
yeah,
that's it. Thank you, guys.
Just thank you, John. Just to add to that, like I am not interested in being chair the next cycle. So if anybody is interested in being chair and would like to talk about it, that will be our first action at the next meeting, is to nominate the next chair. So if anybody's interested, you know, happy to chat. And happy to nominate whoever wants to step up, and I trust anybody here would do an amazing job. All right, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Kristen, would you call the vote?
Counselor Scyther,
Yes.
Counselor Clucci,
Yes.
Counselor Shute,
Yes.
Counselor Katerina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor McGee.
Yes.
Chairman Anderson.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
Thank you, everybody.